The Republican Party is the party of the Latino. It is the party of family. It is the party of faith. It is the party of the American dream. That's what Latinos are about. My husband is Latino. My children are Latino. I'm just a gringo, okay?
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
But until recently, I didn't know history class was jacked completely. Found my new family with the team going free. My old family doesn't understand me, cause I am so pro-white. No coke, no Sprite, I am rolling with the public, gonna be more white. I saw them twist history right before my very eyes. Insurrection Day, it's in the book and it's all lies. But now I am alive and well to tell it. But will generations down the line be able to sell it? I've always been a thinker on the search for both sides, but they label me an outcast and they cannot tell me why. Guess I'm just a black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. So I love my people. Why does affirmative action make them not hire me? Even in the countries where I'm the minority. Is my race just that awesome and no other could compete? Is that what the anti-whites are trying to tell me? Why am I always seen as such a threat? To the point they want to strip me down till there's nothing left. Old friends from high school, man, I haven't kept one. But I got a new crew and it's where I belong. Cause if you ain't going free, you ain't rolling with me. And there are even anti-whites in my own family. But I am the one who's comfortable with myself. I try to save them from the hate so wildly raising hell. Cause I'm the black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. That Scotland is too white, is Nigeria too black? Don't get your panties in a bunch, cause I have the right to ask. See, I'm the black sheep, cause I call it hypocrisy. And the media will give you emotions, but they will not give you honesty. Yeah, you have your feelings, but I have the crime rate. And I'ma shoot to kill if there's a danger my way. So I do not blame the cops, just the ones who are cowards, who hesitate to pull the trigger unless it is one of ours. Cause he's a black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. So I love my people to death.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Victories galore. We're going to be talking about that. We'll pull that comedy meme down. Victories galore. Elijah Schaefer, Scott Adams, Charlie Kirk, Stephen Miller. We got so much to share. We're going to have a gigantic celebration. Make sure you are subscribed, as I asked a little bit earlier in the thread here, and letting everybody know that we are going live, that you are sharing the URL, and we're going to be talking about Stephen Miller's ad, and looks like we have an article here called titled Stephen Miller called out for his pathetic anti-white bigotry, and we also have the article potentially here of Wakanda Forever and what they're asking us to do as white people. Let's see. We also will be covering the Go Free lesson of the day, which is anti-whites are not hypocrites, from the glossary Vagues and the MP. We are all children of God. So we should all just mix. Or maybe I will just go over the backlash from all of the name them who went crazy after I tweeted about that. A black guy had done their tactic bigger and better than they had. Ouch. Your calls, comments, and questions. And then there is this, for which you should probably get your kids out of the room. Ben Shapiro's cab driver asks if it would be all right to share the cab because he sees an old nun hailing him in a pretty bad part of town. Ben squeaks from the back of the cab, fine, but he's in a hurry. The old nun climbs in and makes herself comfortable. She notices Ben starting to look at her while he keeps his head facing the road ahead. What is it, my son? Asks the nun. Ben's normally tight-ass demeanor surrenders, and he slouches in her direction. I have to confess something to you, but I have to warn you that it's pretty awful, and I don't want to offend you. That's okay, my son, she replies. When you've been a nun for as long as I have, you've seen and heard the worst. You can't offend me. Well, Ben begins, I've always had this fantasy of my head being covered in a bag while I surrender to a nun. Orally, if you know what I mean. Let's see what we can do about that, the nun shockingly says. But there are two conditions. You have to be single and Catholic. Yes, Ben squeals. I'm single and I'm Catholic. Ben and the nun have the cabbie pull into an alley, and a short while later, they pull back out on the street. But Ben isn't happy. He's crying. What is it, my son? Sister, I feel awful. I have to confess. I'm married and Jewish. The nun smiles and chuckles. That's okay. Would you like to come to our Halloween party? My name's Kevin. Oh my gosh, that is funny. Great to see you all. It is 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time outside of Mordor on the Potomac. Is it 7 in Sydney, 10 in London? Well, it is 10 in London. I know that for sure. And is it midnight in Moscow? I hope so. It's great to have you all here going free with us. If you have a question or comment over the course of our gathering, and we may have some from the Name Them crowd, while we're with us here today, just be respectful. If you do, make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. You can also head on over to these other platforms like DLive, which is asking me to verify that I'm over 18 years of age to hear what No White Guilt has to say. You can be over there at Odyssey, you can be on Entropy, and you could be on Cash App. It is on those three that I just mentioned that you may also financially gift, and every financial gift is read, even if I have to change the words a little bit to make sure that we get to what you said without risking the channel. Can you believe that? Ben and the Nun. Cracked me up. We're going to start off the gathering by doing what we do at the beginning of every month, and that is we are going to celebrate those who are on the honors roll call. And we begin. Please get out your raucous emojis. Get out your celebratory emojis and your 07s, because we're going to begin with the All-Stars, and a name you know well, No White Gil Clibs, gets us started on. These are the folks who every month give without even thinking about it. And there are several platforms on which you can do that. And you can become a member of the honors roll call and even make your way up to the All-Stars segment. We have Child of Lindbergh there, Joseph, Final Blossom, and let's see, who else is in the All-Stars? I know we have another, and it is Shannon. And I'll just go with that. Your first name there, Helios. And we also have on the honors roll call, we have keep your raucous emojis going for these champs as the computers struggle to do what they are supposed to do. And I appreciate your patience. Happy Cat is over there. So is Michigan Wave. And as well as Scott is there. William is over there as well. Jeffrey is there. William again is over there. W. Maximilian is there. Wayne is in on the honors roll call. So is J.K. And let's see. Mac is there with all of us. Good folks. George, All-Star. Ben Wingit is there. Save Western Civilization Now, along with King Petrus. Brad C., you all know him well. So is Promethean Healing. And Jay, as well as Connor, Greg, User 42, Reno, White Wolf, Greg M, Mr. Walker, Zenizak, Maverant, Gex, User 5E, User 15B, Starshine Girl. If I missed your name, it's the computer's fault. Big raucous emojis and 07s for all of those champions who are financially gift every single month to the cause of white well-being, what we're doing here, me personally, and we're making it happen. It's magnificent. Many of these good people, you recognize their names because they are also distributing leaflets. They are also out there talking to their friends, family, and strangers, and they come back with wonderful testimonials. They're talking to politicians. They're talking to wannabe politicians. They're making amazing things happening in the world. And on top of that, many of them also financially gift over the course of the month as well. When you see their names pop up, you know it's them. They're there in private. They're there in secret. They're there in public. These are the true champions. God bless every single one of them. Man, Ben with the Nun. That really got me. How's everybody doing today at 18 minutes after the top of the hour? I want to get into some of these magnificent victories that we're having right away. Because it is totally Herculean what we are achieving in white positivity and service to white well-being. We're going to begin, though. I want to ask you all, if over the course of this gathering or any other, you see something that you find very funny, something I say, a way I say it, you find it very funny, please put the hour and minute mark in the thread after the video has posted so that it will be easy for me or anyone else who wants to grab and clip that and then share it to be able to do so. It's don't have the time. I don't have the time to go back through and watch my own stuff and hunt down the places where I may have said something that everybody thought was funny. That would be a perfect moment to share with the general community, white sympathetic community, and the people even beyond. So please do that. That's just a reminder. And it's even down in the description below now. And I will also be mentioning again in the announcement segment. Why don't we jump right into the action item of the beginning of this gathering, and that is the show Slightly Offensive by Elijah Schaefer. We have to celebrate with some 07s and some raucous emojis for a swashbuckler extraordinaire, and that is our one very own, the head of the GFC of Virginia and moderator, troll slayer, Franklin who was over there the other day, and he financially gifted, asking Elijah Schaefer, who has a massive channel, to have us on to talk about anti-whiteism. And he said, yeah, have him write me. And so I reached out to him, but I imagine that Elijah gets many emails. So just prior to the gathering today, I tweeted, and that tweet is pinned in the live chat. Please click on that link and make sure that you like and retweet, and maybe ask Elijah yourself to have me on to talk about anti-whiteism. And of course, would be a very exciting conversation. Now, I want to thank, of course, Franklin for that. And I want to ask you all, I want to put you all to work. Amp me, baby. Amp me so loud that Elijah cannot escape the noise of the swashbucklers who are demanding, in a very polite and cordial way, to have me on with him to talk about anti-whiteism on this, demanding that this happen on this beautiful day in the once great state of Northern Virginia. Almost 80 degrees today and yesterday, sunshine, blue skies. It is like the beginning of fall has returned just for us to celebrate these colossal victories. So we had Franklin that did that, but I didn't even know. Had gotten to me. So a big salute to who had gotten to me and said, hey, one of our people just financially gifted Elijah, and you might want to write him immediately. So I did that. And then Cool Papa J Magic rolled in as well, big 07 to you, and said, hey, it was Franklin. And this is the hour mark where you can see that this took place. So let's have a quick look at that. And this is the way that this should be done. Our champions making things happen. Where is it? Now all I got to do is find it. That it? Yes.
Franklin today, Elijah and Kessie, love the show. Would love to see you guys have No White Guilt on and discuss anti-whiteism. All right. I don't know who that is, but sure.
Epic. Folks, make sure that you make what Franklin did into a supernova where we can of love and roses and beauty and white positivity, and we will reach who knows how many people. You know what would be powerful? I watched some of that stream as much time as I could spare, trying to figure out where and who had financially gifted. And I heard Elijah talking about anti-whiteism, but without the concepts that will empower him. So it was kind of, he was saying that people came to him. He said, well, in Con Inc., whenever you say anything the way we would say it gets in the way of inflicting injury on Western kind, they'd start showing up. The bosses start showing up and saying, we don't want to go this direction. And what are you doing? Elijah needs to be empowered. Let's make sure that he is like the Hulk when it comes to these sort of people wanting to be anti-white. It would really benefit him and his entire audience. So thank you all for that. Guess what? 07's raucous emojis for the champs. There's a duo of semi-solitaire advocates for white well-being who joined together, and they've been going after Scott Adams. And there may be that actually they got him to use anti-white before, and they told me about that, but I didn't get to celebrate it before this time. But they got him to say anti-white again, and they're working on some others. And I know that some of you, if you've also been working on Scott Adams, make sure that you let us know so we can celebrate you. So let's get some raucous emojis. Some raucous emojis for that effort and those champs. Let's see if we can pull that up, and we will play that as well for everybody. We do have that. And I want to thank Dandy Westmen, who grabbed the video and shared that with me so that I could share it with all of you.
Racist against white and black, but the Democrats are clearly anti-white. Would anybody disagree with it? They're anti-white and anti-male. The Democrats are anti-white and anti-male. That's their primary theme.
That's
Everything
how
else
you
is like
win, baby.
subsidiary to those two things, I think. At least it feels like it.
That is how you win. That is how you change the discourse on planet Earth. That is how you put this story of our story, where we're the heroes, out front, where the anti-whites have to propagandize us, where they have to speak to us in our concepts. And the more they do, and you can see with Stephen Miller that they, again, the anti-whites, exactly as I planned it to happen for so many years, exactly as I planned it to happen, that they would have to speak in our language, even to deny that they're doing what we claim that they do. And by so doing, we are empowered. And that is exactly what's happening. Just like Franklin and Caleb and I went and we spoke to the mayor and the mayoral candidate, and they said anti-white over and over and over when it came to we're not being anti-white, even though they didn't want to say anti-white when they would stand up against the victimization of white people. What they didn't realize, what all of these people don't realize, is by simply saying our concepts, even in the denial, we set the table for what story the conversation is in. We win. There's no stopping it. I have figured this shit out. God bless everybody who was figuring it out on their own and came to us, or who realized that we had it right and came to us. And everybody who since then, whether they were figuring it out on their own or realizing that we were right, who are coming together now and magnifying their efforts so that we are truly, genuinely changing the composition of societal conversation in every Western country with no money. That doesn't happen anywhere. Everybody else waits around for some sort of money god to come along and then and sprinkle the money like seed and force it down, AstroTurf type of grassroots. Everybody else waits for that to happen. That's not what happened with us. Power has come from the mind of white men. From the mind of white men alone, we have overcome all of the infinite trillions that the anti-whites have to wield. All of that is a success story for the ages, to overcome all of their intelligence, all of their wealth, all of their surveillance, all of their censorship abilities, and our ideas alone of white men. You get a good look at this phenotype. Get a good look at this phenotype, because it is what drop kicked your asses. What else do we have, folks? Let's get a raucous emojis for those champion and anybody else who have assisted and continue to assist, particularly on that individual. How about Charlie Kirk? It is one success after another, isn't it? One success after another. We have Charlie Kirk. Let's see if we can find that one. We'll pull that one up as well. We're going to drop this really quickly. Twitter always wanting to put your private messages up on the screen. What does that say? And Charlie Kirk continues doing the right thing by using the concepts that defeat anti-whiteism, which is the ideology destroying everything in the West. Charlie Kirk, there is a deliberate and venomous anti-white campaign, a deliberate and venomous anti-white campaign in our country. We had a guy, an honest guy, a genuine guy, and more power to him. I hope he goes free and becomes empowered. There's a fan of another content creator, and he said, no, that other content creator, that's the guy that's doing it. Really? Are you hearing Charlie Kirk use our concepts, or are you hearing Charlie Kirk name them and other sort of things? What's taking place? What's taking place, I ask you? So it's time to get right, to go right, and to be part of the victory strategy for white well-being, for the recapture of our destiny. Can you feel this shit? Can you feel the earth moving under your feet? I hope you can, because I know the anti-whites seeing this take place are shitting their pants, my friends. I know that they are shitting their pants, because this is runaway level, freight train, magic ride. Nothing stops this from taking place now. We keep pushing. We keep gaining power. We keep getting stronger. We keep reaching more. And the more folks we reach, the more money they have, the more connectivity they have, the more power they have, the stronger we become. And again, it was all done in the brain of a white man. All the wealth, all the power, all the censorship, all the surveillance, everything that the anti-whites have to wield, all of the control over every country. And we have what cuts through all of that. God bless everyone who continues to target Charlie Kirk with love of these concepts that free Western kind. Every single one. Let's get some 07s for those champs as well. 07s for those champs who have been targeting Charlie Kirk. I know that there are quite a few. I know that the OT has also worked there as well. What about Stephen Miller and everybody? Let's get some emojis and 07s. I know that he's been targeted, and I thought, no. I know he's a radical. I know he likes to push back. I know he likes to be a wise ass, but there's just no chance. I don't see much chance. Really? I guess I was wrong saying that I didn't see much chance, because Yiz and so many others, you have no idea. Yiz brought this. She tweeted this as well. I have that up right now, and I'm going to show you all. I have so many people. This poured in from all directions. This ad. Now, none of these folks, including Stephen, and I'm going to say right now, Stephen, contact me. Reach out to me. You might be the only one who has enough balls to talk to somebody like me. We could do it in private. I want to empower you so that you steamroll the anti-whites. And I know, I can tell when I see you smile about these things on TV, I can tell that you will seriously love that. Make sure your people reach out to me. We'll make it happen, buddy. Nobody's perfect. We get people going in the right direction. And then we trim, we prune, we put some Miracle Grow. We tie a rope along the trunk and we pull it back this way a little bit. More in the sun, baby. More in the sun. And we celebrate, folks, right? Stephen Miller. We're going to celebrate him. Maybe he's badass enough to put me actually in a commercial. I doubt that. But let me grab this to show you all. This is epic if you haven't seen this yet. Look at this.
Put white people last in. When did racism against?
This is a commercial running in Georgia right now. Hotly contested races going on right now. The vote is coming up on the 8th. Get ready for that if you are someplace where you want to vote, especially if it's a hotly contested environment. And he's running this ad down in Georgia for the white people there. And he's getting backlash. I want to help him with. That's why I'm going to take a look at this article. These articles here. Want to take a look at this. I'm going to take a look at this commercial. And I'm going to give some advice. So, Stephen, you could just listen to my advice here and take it and make the corrections to kick ass in the future. That's all I want for you, is to stomp these anti-whites into the ground.
When did racism against white people become okay?
All right. Starting off with something we don't like. But I get it. We're trimming, we're pruning, we're giving the Miracle Grow. We're going to get him on the right course.
Joe Biden put white people last in line for COVID relief funds.
Oh, yes. That needed to be shared.
Kamala Harris said disaster aid should go to non-white citizens first.
Yes, that should be shared.
Liberal politicians block access to medicine based on skin color.
Yes, that should be shared. And did you all see what I just tweeted about Canada, where they said, running out of painkillers like Tylenol and ibuprofen. And so the doctors, according to that headline, are saying they're recommending maybe you want to commit suicide. That's where Western civilization goes as it is destroyed by anti-whiteism.
Progressive corporations, airlines, universities, all openly discriminate against white Americans.
They do. They do. How do they not? When they come forward every quarter in business and say, we have reached a new high of diversity. We have new diversity goals, and then we hit the diversity goals. How do you get more non-white people when you don't have more jobs? by firing white people, by not hiring white people. We're talking about diversity selection, diversity rejection, diversity hire, diversity fire. This is how they do it everywhere, at university, at airlines, everywhere, in the government, the federal government. This is how it's done everywhere. And our people need to know this. And you know why the anti-whites hate this so much. We'll get into that article, which I'm going to pull up. But you know why anti-whites hate this so much is because they know that if white people, which is something that Jason knows and has known and been arguing for a long, long time and been fighting the uphill battle in the white sympathetic sphere. And thank God I have so many of you champions to come and join me. Many of you have been waging your own battles with your metaphorical machetes, going through the shit in the white sympathetic sphere, chopping through the shit in the white sympathetic. And you think it's just every time I turn around, the vines grow longer. And you found us, and now we're together, and we are just like swashbucklers swinging in on ropes, knocking windows out, telling the losers where they can stick it, and grabbing the hottest women and leaving. That is how it's supposed to be done, folks. We'll get to that article. Stephen, you know you want to talk to me at this point.
Racism is always wrong. The left's anti-white bigotry.
Anti-white bigotry, they hate that. They don't want white people thinking about what I was just about to say. They don't want white people thinking about their personal victimization that is occurring as a consequence of the immutable characteristics, the immutable bond they have to the group that is being victimized, because that will cause white people to again see themselves as a people rather than radical individuals.
Must stop. We are all entitled to equal treatment under law. America First Legal paid for this ad.
Oh, 07s. 07s for Stephen Miller and his ad and his people and everybody who I thought there's no way you could succeed at reaching this guy. There's no way. Every single one of you, 07s. My apologies. Raucous emojis. God damn it, this is awesome. One thing after another, actually changing our environment instead of bitching and complaining and doom documenting, doom dissecting, doom divining. So sick of it. So sick and tired of it all. Actually, in our lifetimes, you have done more. If you've been in the white sympathetic sphere, speak up now. If you've been in the white sympathetic sphere for years and years and years, and you know ain't shit been accomplished. You've gone to meetings, you've gone to rallies, you've gone to conferences, and people have gotten together and commiserate about how awful it is. Ain't it bad? I got a new story that's worse than yours. And here comes another guy who looks like he could be a good little politician. Look at how cute he is in his little costume, in his little suit. He's such a cute little 4-footer. Mwah! Kisses, pinches cheeks. Oh, look over here. We got another researcher. Boy, he's so smart, isn't he? Got glasses on. That means he's smart. He's going to start another research institute. Oh, my God. Where's my checkbook? I'm going to fill it out. And shit doesn't get done. My God, there's another party over here. Says they're going to march in the streets and they're going to just take shit over. Well, that's going to happen, isn't it? Never. Nothing's been done with us, with me, in the past handful of years. We have rocked planet Earth, God damn it. And you know it's true. We have rocked planet Earth. And all over the globe, think about how empowering this is. I want you to seriously think about how empowering this is. All over the globe, the anti-whites, they don't know. They don't know, especially the most powerful along the top. They don't know where this is coming from. They could just feel the rumbles. They can feel the earth quaking under their feet. And they're saying, what's the cause of this? Why is this happening? What's going on? All over the world. And it's you. And it's you. And it's you over there. We are the reason why the language is changing. We are the reason why. And everybody knows it. And you had that, what was her name again? that girl who's claiming to be a Borshenko. Remember how she did a study of the white sympathetic sphere, and she said, I found it. I found it. I know where all this shit is coming from. I know where it's all coming from. It's that community right over there. She was right. It's us. We are the ones who are. Remember, she said, I don't know what's going on. You know how many people, not just radical anti-whites. I want you to get fired up. When we play that song at the beginning of these streams, I want you to turn that up as loud as it gets. I want you to sing it at the top of your lungs. Anti-whites, conservatives, MAGA people everywhere are turning to each other, just like Karlin Borshenko, and they're saying, what in the is going on? I'm going to PTA meetings. I'm seeing in this blog. I'm seeing in that thread. I was on a live stream, and they were saying everywhere I look, these people are saying they have these new vocabularies, these new words. Yes. Yes. It's us, bitches. It's us. We're the reason this is happening. And you damn well better believe we're going to be celebrating it. You damn well better believe it. Let's get into this. Let's get into this article here. Racist, anti-white slur. Never use it. Stephen, never use it. Racist Stephen Miller called it's like Sauron's ring is how I'm going to describe it from now on, because all of this, I've been trying to describe it again and again in this erudite way. And so many people are just like, drool fall, huh? I don't drool fall, huh? So now I'll just say, it's like Sauron's ring. It was made to destroy us. You can't wield it. You got to put it in the volcano. You got to put it back in the fire whence it came. Got it? Put it back in the fire whence it came. Racist Stephen Miller called out for his pathetic anti-white bigotry ad. Yeah, he's so pathetic. That's why they're shitting their pants. That's why they are shitting their pants from coast to coast to say, stop this, whatever you do, don't let people hear that. One of the nation's foremost civil rights organizations is urging radio stations in Georgia to stop running an ad tied to former Donald Trump advisor Stephen Miller that falsely accuses Democrat leaders of anti-white bigotry. Oh, I love that. Please say that more. Please fall for the trap more. Fix that. Please fall for that over and over. The gross ads, they're gross ads paid for by Stephen Miller's America Legal First organization are openly and unabashedly amplifying tropes that have historically been used. I want you to pay very special attention to this as we are about 17 minutes from the top of the hour. We're going to be wrapping up this hour with the random question of the day that I want you to answer in the thread. If you'd like, make it funny, make it serious. I will answer it when I get back. We'll have a good time. But I want you to pay special attention to this, because they're going to make a claim that your ordinary white folks out there, the vagues, are not going to agree with. But when they make the same claim relative to the name them strategy, ordinary white folks say, yes, that will happen. So let's go ahead. And it's the ordinary white people in their hundreds of millions that we need to join us. Openly and unabashedly, quote, amplifying tropes that have historically been used to generate backlash to minority groups. Of course, you don't use minority. That's a meme pathogen. So it's anti-white. It says non-white people are in a precarious scenario, and they're not. They are the vast sweeping majority. They all the preferential treatment, special privileges, and forgiveness from responsibility. So no responsibility. So amplifying tropes that have historically been used to generate backlash to non-white groups. So your average white person out there in the streets, when he hears that, wait a second, when we complain about being treated unfairly on the basis of our race, in medicine, for example, that's going to cause non-white people to get hurt? No. Your average person is going to say no to that. They're going to say that's bullshit. They're not going to adopt that as moral. They will adopt as moral our position that everybody should be treated the same, that white people should not be discriminated against, persecuted, etc., on the basis of our race. So they are going to take the moral position that we articulate. They are not going to adopt the immoral position that the anti-whites articulate here. However, when you are practicing the name them strategy, and the anti-whites say this will cause Jewish people to be harmed, your average white person in the street says, yes, it will. And do you know why they say yes, it will? Because it will. It absolutely will cause Jewish people to be harmed by psychopathic or whatever it is people who are receiving that information. So you, as a consequence, will be considered immoral. Your argument will be considered immoral. Our people won't listen to what you have to say. So if you want to disagree with that, you have to make an argument. You can't just say that I'm a Fed or that I'm a jaywalker or that I'm whatever else, a Martian or whatever else you want to call me. You have to make an argument. Do you care about white people and want to recapture our destiny? Then you are going to have to take a position in love for the well-being of our people that is morally superior to what the opposition will be able to muster relative to that position. Are you sweating yet from the brow as I explain it? Quote, the race-based advertisements are obviously false. Really? Or you'd care to provide some evidence there? Oh, but they don't. Oh, but they don't. And their readers are going to be able to say, oh, actually, you know what? This is happening. There's not a white person in the West that has not been personally or knows someone immediately in their circle that has been grossly discriminated against and persecuted and victimized by anti-whiteism. Not a single one. So you go ahead and let the anti-whites tell you that, oh, these claims about persecution of white people, of discrimination, this is all false. And we don't have to go through the facts or data of how it is. It's just everybody knows it's false. You just let them go ahead and say that because there are conclusions our brothers and sisters, the Vagues, are making about the kind of people who would say something like that. But you can think about other strategies and the different outcomes that will result as a consequence of those strategies being implemented. Maybe archaic strategies, maybe totally failed strategies. Maybe I do need to go over some of the attacks, some of the responses, some of the arguments, some of the reasoned and some of the hardcore seething coping that was tweeted at me in response to my tweet yesterday. The race baiting advertisements are obviously false. Now, white people experience persecution and discrimination in their own lives and or those directly around them every day. Every white person knows that that's true. Everyone. They might not be brave enough to say that that is the case because white people get victimized, but every person knows that that is true. What's their interaction and how are you going to enable them to believe and see and know as profoundly as that some other group out there is mysteriously wielding cloaks and they work together in a way that is somehow wrong, even though every white person would tell you that, of course, it's normal for different groups of people to work together, except for white people. Of course, that's normal. Misrepresentations that form the bulk of the advertisements already have been publicly debunked. Okay, share it. Thus, there is not even a good faith base. Oh, not even a good faith base for publicizing them. Oh, not even. Oh, that's how science works. That's how argumentation works. Actually, that's how sophistry works, mother. That's how that works. That's how deception works. That's how speciousness works. Of course, this Stephen Miller, nothing. Of course, this is Stephen Miller. Yeah, that really, Stephen, need to reach out. Nothing was ever in good faith. And the ads, which basically accuse the Biden administration of putting the Biden, we're going to kill all the coal jobs in America administration into, what does it say here? Putting white voters last on his agenda, and ask, quote, what did racism against white people, or when did racism against white people become okay? Anti-whiteism, Stephen. Anti-whiteism. Call it like it is. Anti-Semitism is one thing. Anti-whiteism is one thing. Call it what it is. You want to save America, you got to call it what it is. Have been chosen to run in Georgia for a reason. It's been for a reason. Of course it's for a reason, idiot. One man abortion provider, Herschel Walker, ooh, that's a burn, is unfit for office, but he could win a Senate seat in Georgia. And Miller is determined to do this with the help of white voters who he can make angry over perceived grievances. Let me go ahead and tell you, we had somebody ask, and I forget who it was. Speak up, raise your hand, say you're awesome. That should we use this white grievance that the anti-whites are using? And he said, I'm inclined not to, because if they're using it, then it's likely that it's harmful. It is harmful. White grievance lands on people. Grievance lands on people as complaining. And complaining lands on people as being without warrant, without substance. Do not use white grievance. Do not say grievances. Do not say, unless you're in you could say our grievances, like in an essay or something that you're writing. But you don't use that colloquially. You don't use that in speech. You don't use that, which is effectively marketing. Speech is effectively salesmanship. Don't use it. It's a meme pathogen. Johnson's letter states that America First Legal falsely claims that various institutions within the United States, including federal and state politicians, as well as corporations, airlines, and universities, are engaging in racism against white people in violation of the law. It actually absolutely is anti-whiteism, in my opinion. Check it out for yourself. Every white person knows. You go to get a job, you go to get into school. There was a study that demonstrated the other day. Check it out to see if it's true, that I read. Maybe it's fake. That as many as a third of white students, applicants to universities, a third do not mark that they are white. They will say they're mixed race, that they have some other sort of heritage. They will not say that they're white. The reason they won't say that they're white is because every white person knows that we are being discriminated against, persecuted on the basis of our race, victimized on the basis of our race. Make sure you check it out. I'm opinionating. I don't have time to track down everything I'm reading. For God's sakes, I'm telling some jokes. You get to do that. This is what I read. A third. No spin can be put on the statement contained in America's First legal advertisements that would make them true. No, there should be no spin. It should be just frank as possible, as clear as possible. We continue to be gravely concerned that this group will, with the help of willing radio stations, is attempting to mislead the public with the specious advertisement. Johnson continues. We ask that you cease airing this advertisement immediately, as well as the many false advertisements propounded by America First Legal. As noted earlier in Daily Cross, other racist ads tied to America First Legal staffers depict brown people at the southern border. What race are they? What race are they? Are they a bunch of snow white Swedes trying to cross the southern border of the United States? What race would they? You can't even show the border crossers. Some are running in Arizona, where Senator Mark Kelly is being challenged by conspiracy theorist Blake Masters, yada, yada. John's letter is 100% right on all points, and especially that stations should stop airing America First Legal's racist swill. You mean your anti-white swill. Then they go into it's a tax-exempt nonprofit organization, which of course means they're going to be going after their tax-exempt status as soon as possible, which has always made me reluctant to do the tax exempt thing because I've just seen it throughout all of my years. Political appeals to white insecurity are now explicit. Read the headlines to a column in the Washington Post. Philip Bump, quote, the appeals used to be coded, quiet, present, and identifiable, but shying away from specific, they're coming for you language. The coding is gone. The elevation of racial fear is explicit. You are so welcome on the coding is gone. You are so welcome. He says here, the coding is gone, this anti-white POS. We're going to get into the random question of the day right now. He says the coding is gone. The coding would have gone nowhere unless we did it, unless we made it happen. Do you want to be a player in history, or do you want to read the history made by others? Do you want to be a hero in our history, or do you want to be a complainer and a bitcher in the history made by others? God bless everybody. I want you all to know, too, as part of the celebration, my YouTube has gone up another 100 subscribers against the will of the anti-white torrent that does everything they can to censor us into oblivion. And my Twitter has gone up 300 more people against the censorship that is still in place, and everybody complaining about it over there at Twitter. Up 300, now passing 12,000. And that is reclaimed everybody when they had the massive purge on Twitter and they halved my sub count. It's all back now. We're going to grow. There's nothing stopping us. We have the moral high ground. We have the moral imperative. We are the heroes with love, hope, and redemption in our hearts that are kicking down the doors, telling the losers where they can stick it, overcoming the anti-white scum, and taking the hot-ass broad as our ladies as we swing out the other side of the room on ropes of gold and ivy. Chris Elephantin, mother. Chris Elephantin. What's the question? Where do you want to be? Where do you want to be in this world? You want to be a winner? You want to be a success? You want to feel good about yourself? Or you want to walk around all day talking about some other group of people and how awful they are, how much you hate them? It's your choice. Let's see what's happening over here on the daily random question widget. And I'll get to your questions that are popping up. I can see orange showing up for me. I'll get to your questions when we come back. We're going to have a hell of a lot of fun in today's gathering. Don't go anywhere unless you hate your mother. If you hate your mother, you can go somewhere. All right, here we go. You ready for the random question of the day? That was last week's random question. What is today's? Bam. What topic can you bring up at a family gathering to instantly get everyone riled up? I have nothing to do with deciding what these random questions are. I just click. This is a legit website for random question generator. I just click generate random questions. Now you can go ahead and you can answer this seriously. Like, what is it about your family? What do they hate most? What would get them really fired up if you were to mention it at a family gathering? Is it something serious about race? Is it something serious about money? Is it something trivial? Like you like a sports team that's different than their sports team. Do you have a joke in mind? I don't know what it is. You go ahead and think about it and answer it in the live chat, and I will speak to it when I come back. Don't go anywhere, or you hate your mother.
Information has surfaced regarding the identity of the anti-white terrorist who last night attacked a Christmas parade, killing and injuring more than 45 people. The suspect has been identified as Darrell Edward Brooks. Regime outlets have set to work scrubbing information about Darrell Brooks from the internet and social media, most notably his rabidly anti-white rap videos on YouTube under the name Mathboy Fly. His lyrics emphasize anti-whiteism and the open support of terrorism and crime. Darrell has a criminal record. He is a convicted pedophile, a non-compliant Tier 2 sex offender in the state of Nevada. A Tier 2 sex offender is an offender who is convicted of a crime against a child. Numerous screenshots were pulled from his social media before they were deleted, where he demonstrated support for the anti-white terrorist organization known as Black Lives Matter, George Floyd, and Black nationalism. In one post, he remarks that non-whites need to, quote, knock them the FUCK out, period, end quote, in reference to average white people and the overall white population. Another social media post shows a shopkeeper who was brutalized by an anti-white mob during the Summer of Terror, laying unconscious and mangled in the street, to which Darrell posted a shrugging emoji, a shorthand for saying, so what, who cares, oh well. His final post before his heinous anti-white terror attack on the Waukesha Christmas parade is in relation to the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict, for which there has been many calls for violence against innocent white people from various public figures. Darrell Brooks had been released on $1,000 bail Friday night before committing the heinous terrorist attack on Sunday evening. He was facing a plethora of violent felonies and misdemeanors just over 2 weeks ago, according to Wisconsin court records. The anti-white terrorists' rising extremism and calls to violence were ignored by both local and federal law enforcement, even as he continued to commit violent crimes. Mainstream media is still running interference for Darrell Brooks, making no comment on the clearly racially motivated nature of these attacks and offering instead the spurious proposition that Brooks was running from another crime scene at the time of the terrorist attack on the Christmas parade. Some anti-white mainstream outlets have even called the terrorist attack, quote, the parade crash, end quote. Doubt is cast upon the police chief, who had organized a BLM march in June 2020 in the 89% white town of Waukesha, Wisconsin, and made his officers kneel alongside the anti-white terror organization. What can be surmised is that Darrell Brooks is openly anti-white, has preached anti-white hatred, and used his SUV as a weapon against a parade composed of a preponderance of white people, killing and injuring many, and that regime organs are mobilizing to protect him. As of this moment, 5 deaths and 40 injuries have been reported as a result of the anti-white terror attack. According to the Waukesha police, Brooks intentionally used his vehicle as a weapon to attack the Christmas parade and has been charged with 5 counts of intentional homicide.
All right, we are back. And if you can hear me all right, let me know. We have that other story that I will maybe just dip into briefly here. We get your answers to the question, the random question of the day, if anybody's answering those. And what do y'all want me to do? Do you want me to address this backlash? Do you all know what I tweeted and what ended up happening as a consequence of that? I tweeted this. I said, it must suck for the name them crowd to advocate that strategy as the form of their activism and then have a black guy do it bigger and better. Ouch. And I've had a ton of people agree, but also a lot of folks who are really stuck on the inertia of that strategy as a form of advocacy for white people. And I really want to I guess I really want to say about that is that it's not a form of advocacy for white people. It's simply not. If you have a God of the gaps that is part of your formula for how you go from this activity to that conclusion, then you cannot rightly claim that this is a advocacy for that conclusion or that objective. If you had somebody building your house for you and you hired them, you paid them, the contractor, and the guy was busily, or the woman who's in charge of the contractor, busily building a swimming pool in the communal area, clearly has nothing to do with your house. And he says, oh no, this is going to get to your house being built. And you say, really, how is that? And he says, well, somehow, are you going to believe him? So I've had this discussion with people from a very young age. I said, how does this help? How is this actually going to get us to there? And never at any point was anybody able to say how you go from that to the well-being of our people, the recapture of our destiny. It was always filled with essentially magic. Magic happens at some point. So I don't accept that it is for the benefit or for the in service to the objective of benefiting our people. It's absolutely not. In fact, I'm disgusted by the idea that to make white people better, to make white people healthy, to make white people safe, you have to horribly victimize another group of mankind, because that is the anti-white narrative. That's why white people, that's one of the main reasons why white people in their hundreds of millions do not come to advocacy for white sympathy in any way, because they are not going to agree to the victimization of another group of people as part and parcel of the well-being of our people. They're simply not going to agree to it. Anyhow, let me take a look at this and see if you all are saying anything about the question from the random question generator. What topic can you bring up at a family gathering to instantly get everyone riled up? I don't know. I can't really think of it. It wouldn't be socio-political at any event that I would to get them riled up. Well, I mean, I guess you could say riled up doesn't necessarily mean that they're disagreeing, right? Riled up might mean that they're really emphatic. So then it could be just about anything, that they're agreeing, but they're really emphatic. They are fervent in the agreement and angry about X, Y, or Z. So I imagine that some of you have that as well, those scenarios. Looks like we have 2 financial gifts on Entropy. I will get to those in just a moment. Odyssey is empty, and we will see. And there are 2 over there on Cash App. We will get to all of those shortly. Don't go anywhere. Matthew, that's funny. The topic that will get everybody riled up is Dad really my dad? That's funny. And Matt, did you ever say, like, I saw how Mom used to look at the milkman. Is Dad really my dad? That's funny. The noticer is saying here, pointing out who's on top of the pyramid is an act of revolution, always has been. Why do you think that's an act of revolution? Everyone knows, everyone already knows that jaywalkers wield, that they hold a lot of power, that they are in CEO positions and CFO positions, and they already know that they are willing to be. This is how the average white person looks at it. They're willing to help each other out. When they hear, oh, they want to work together. They want to work together. They help each other out. They hook each other up. Well, that's a wonderful thing. That's what the average white person says. They also have this going on in their mind. Well, if it were any other group, if it were Hindus, for example, they are also known, as I've had friends who are Hindu as well, to get each other jobs and hook each other up and help each other out. And white people look on that behavior as admirable, even though they would never engage in it. They look on it as admirable. As a people, they would never engage in that behavior. So you're telling folks that there's a group, a non-white group, that does what all of the other non-white groups do, what all the groups do, except for white people, because we've been stunted. Genetically, there's a predisposition to individualism, and then, of course, anti-whiteism has done it. Finished it off. It was the coup de grace. But the normal white person looks on, and that is how they see it. And even if you could, as I've pointed out, even if you could have these people in a parallel universe appear on a better planet somewhere else, you as white people would not be in any better situation than you are today. Not at all. There would be another group who would still work better together than the white race. And white people would be saying, who's in charge? Where's my resume? Or where can I hide if I have to hide? That's what white people say. So it's not a revolutionary act to continue to hate on another group of people, because it demonstrates your immorality. You do not, and furthermore, the premise that we begin with is that you do not have a people for which your conclusion and opinion can inform that people's conclusion and opinion. So this is all really just moot. It's all just moot. It is a dead topic until you have a people. The white race is a deracinated race that is not a people. You do not make a people out of a multiracial hatred of one of the groups of society. And that's effectively what this name them endeavor is attempting to do. I've had these debates for 2.5 decades now with folks in person and then eventually online, and no one can overcome any of the arguments I make. So, I mean, if you want to stick with the name them strategy, then by all means, you're going to suffer Ye's law. I strongly advise you to not encourage others to go down that destructive path. Think about this. The name them strategy for that particular group has been in place since before World War I. Is it working? Is it working yet? It's been employed since before World War I. Is it working? How much more evidence do you need? How long do you have to implement a strategy before you finally say, well, this actually isn't working? But I mean, there was, and I know that there are people out there who are good folk. They're good folk. And this doesn't take away from being able to identify, being able to see, being able to understand that there's this group or there's that group, or you can still see those things. It's this form of advocacy that the essence of it is name them. And people think that they are doing something for Western kind, or maybe they don't even think, they just claim that it's for doing something for Western kind, when really all it does is harm us and harm them. Because what do you end up, what's the substance end up being? You have your brothers and sisters out there, the white race out there, the vagues, who you need to convince, and they are not going to associate with a concern for the well-being of our people that is associated with the victimization of another group. And then what inevitably ends up happening when I have these conversations with these name them strategy people is they begin moving the goalpost. They're like, well, it doesn't mean that they all have to be killed. Oh, well, thanks so much. Thanks so much. Boy, you've made it a lot. What's the outcome for I want you to ask, in the minds of our brothers and sisters, when you tell them this is the big problem, this is the big problem that has to be remedied, how can that be remedied? Well, at a minimum, all of these people, whether they are part of what you're claiming that the group is doing, The individuals, that's the only moral thing to look at. And number two, that's the only thing that our brothers and sisters are going to look at, that they all have to lose their jobs. They all have to lose the companies they've built. They all have to have it stolen from them. Boy, that's really going to appeal to our people. Again, it hasn't yet, right? It hasn't yet. They all have to have it. And then what do you do with them? Well, then you're going to say, sometimes they say, oh, no, we'll just limit their ownership and participation to their percentage of the population. Oh, okay. So that sounds really fair. That sounds really fair to individuals trying to succeed in the world. Which of the individuals get to be the ones that get to enjoy that little participation? And then what do you do with the others that don't get to be in business, that have to lose their stocks, have to lose their all of that on the basis of the way they were born, not because of their actions? Because you're not going to be able to say this particular individual for the white population out there. You're not going to be able to say every single one of these individuals, here's all the evidence that they conspired and were part of this conspiracy, etc. Think about how that is. Think about how awful that is, and how no one is going to. And that's why, since before World War I, it still hasn't worked. All that this does is it perpetuates the association between a happy, unvictimized white baby and fields of rotting corpses of non-white people. That's all it does again and again. It keeps making that association. People with like all that they could carry and everything else that they've earned and made and invented legitimately. No, it's all got to be stolen from you. Only what you can carry, and you got to get out. That vision of people having to leave with just like what they can carry and the food in their bellies, associating that and the happy white baby that's not being victimized. And when you do the name them for that particular group, there is a giant leering specter that appears for all of our brothers and sisters. And that is this giant murdering that is said to have taken place at a specific date and a specific number and a specific everything. That is what is invoked in them. The only reason I mention this kind of thing, and the only reason why I poke fun at it, like I did with this, I mean, the fun was accurate, was it not? But the only reason I do that is because I actually care about white well-being. I have love in my heart. So I'm thinking about how do we protect our people, not how do we hurt somebody else. I have love in my heart. So I'm thinking about how do I prevent white people who are white sympathetic from ruining their lives, rather than hate in my heart and saying, I don't care what happens to white sympathetic activists, because since I want to victimize this other group of people, why would I care what happens to these folks in their personal lives? So if you want to disagree with my approach, you say, all right, Jason's got love in his heart. We don't agree with that. We want to continue doing it this way. Fine. I think the day will come when the only people left advocating the name them strategy will be crypto anti-whites, probably advocating it on a keyboard somewhere in the Middle East, because it is just so patently obviously wrong. It is so patently obviously false. It so patently obviously does not do anything for the recapture of our destiny. When I've asked people in the past, hey, well, really, tell me some successes you've had with this strategy. Oh, well, I got this Vietnamese guy really to start hating this other group of human beings. Okay. What does he do for a living? He collects the trash. Okay. All right. And what do you think that's going to do for white well-being? How's it going to help us? Well, once enough trash collectors know, you can take the whole of the middle class and the whole of all of the poor across the West, and you could have them overnight, all of them know who is not the sole holders of power, but you could all have them know about this group, and you could all have them conclude, this would never happen, and all have them conclude that They maliciously wield the power to for whatever X, Y, or Z, and they still wouldn't be able to do shit. Right? All of the power holders know. All of the wealthy know. And they don't exactly know, guess I should clarify, what you might be claiming about this group. They just know that they are, like Ye, very jealous that there is a group of people that are able to act more efficiently together, have more love for each other. He's complaining about the black race. He says, where did all his black brothers go, especially the gangsters? Where did they all go? Because they all disappeared. They didn't have enough ethnic unity to withstand the ethnic unity of another group that's obviously born in love for their own group. So he was totally abandoned. This is something that is natural for everybody but the white race. And you've got to get over this. We can all get everybody together to hate them. And then magic happens. And instead of individuals and groups of people being bought off, as is being done all over the West, the whole political landscape is controlled by easily manipulating white radical individualists and then groups of other human beings with, well, we'll make sure you get this and we'll make sure you get that. That's how the whole political landscape works. And again, strategy's been employed since before World War I. Hasn't worked. White people must skip Wakanda, and maybe I'll take a look at some of the arguments, but white people skip Wakanda forever on opening weekend. Otherwise, you're anti-black. One of the pieces I've shared with you all this before, that I told people many years back that a sign of our success will be when they start saying things like anti-black, anti-Hispanic, because those things were not common in the past. And I predicted correctly that as soon as we forced anti-white into discourse, that they would begin saying with increasing regularity things like anti-black, which empowers us. A well-known TikTok user has made a very good point in regard to buying your ticket with your hard-earned money for Black Panther, Wakanda forever. To all Caucasian people, don't you dare go watch the movie on opening weekend. Seats should be reserved only for people of color. More specifically, black people. And if you don't abide by those rules, then you are anti-black. I got to increase this size of the screen here. This message is for all our would-be accomplices and white allies. So what are the accomplices and white allies in? Anti-whiteism. This message is to all the... Now, what's the difference? What's the difference between what we teach here in the Go Free method and the Name Them strategy community? Well, I just told you, if you're having a conversation with somebody, they say, this message is for all our would-be accomplices and white allies. You say to your interlocutor, accomplices and allies in what? In anti-whiteism. What's where does the rubber meet the road with what that means? It means white people are being victimized. And you can just read on and see how white people are victimized. For one thing here, they're stripped of all dignity, and it's demanded of them that they use their bodies to shield black people if someone were to come to the theater to harm black people, that they should willingly die. Now, what's the Name Them strategy going to say here? Oh, well, you see, there's this group of people, and they control the black race. And they do it behind the scenes. And they have all these wicked ways that they do it behind the scenes. They're truly evil. And then what do you think? Already the white person you're talking to says, you are a crazy shit. And if you don't realize that that's what they're saying about you at that point, it's because you've been talking to only with people who are in this name them category. So in what I shared with you, the Go Free method, we're talking about our victimization, which gets your interlocutor talking about and thinking about our victimization individually as a consequence of the group to which we belong. Name them strategy has your interlocutor thinking about the group of people that has suffered in what your attempt is, hatred, or to demonize them, even if you say, I don't hate them, even though I'm just saying that they're just totally evil and they control everything. Your interlocutor, your audience, your brother, your sister, the guy on the street corner is saying to himself, wait a second, this is the group that was like totally burnt alive. And this was the same argument that was made to burn them alive. So you can go off. That's what the average white person is thinking. This message is to all white people who have BLM in their bios. Those are the coolest people of all. If you really want to prove to black people that you love us and that you care about us and that you're down for the cause of anti-whiteism, do not go see Black Panther, Wakanda Forever opening weekend. You buy your ticket, you give it to a black person or a black family who cannot afford to go, and then you go sit at the theater in front of the doors, white person, like a dog. That's where you get to be left, like a dog out in front of the theater. You make sure that every black person in that theater can enjoy that movie in peace. You make sure. Why wouldn't they be enjoying it in peace? You make sure you, white person, use your body to block us from anybody who would be coming into the theater to do us harm. What does that invoke? Images of somebody going to a theater with a firearm, some psycho. Because in the anti-white narrative, that's happened like 17,000 times last year. So this is the kind of thinking you're dealing with. So white people, you got to use your bodies. You got to die. You got to die to protect black people. That is your job. You can go see it on another weekend. Go see it on the second or third. That's your job, dog. That's your job, dog. And they're not saying dog. I'm not saying dog here as in like, wasn't that one of the slangs that was used in the ghetto, calling each other dog for a while? No, you're just the dog. You're the pet. You're the loser. You're supposed to be a bullet catcher with your body. And interestingly enough, they say the same things about sexuality. You want to prove you're racist? Open your legs. Prove you're not racist. Open your legs. Prove you're down for the anti-white cause. Catch the bullets with your body. The first weekend is for us. To do anything other is anti-black. That's pretty goddamn anti-white, isn't it? The film is just too important for the black community that white audiences must absolutely refrain from attending opening weekend screenings of Wakanda Forever. They must prove that they are down for the cause. The diatribe was posted October 24 on TikTok video via a self-described social reform activist called Lavender Lee. How pretty. Well, you see, he was just made to think that way by this other group, totally maniacal group, behind the scenes, pulling strings. They need to be harmed. They need to be hunted down. They need to be deprived of their earnings and their jobs and their lives, and their kids need to be pulled out of school. They all need to be harmed. Okay. Wonder why that hasn't worked with white people yet. Oh, yeah. White people aren't as evil as you. As white individuals, you have a righteous duty of letting black people buy their ticket in peace to the latest Marvel CGI Smash Fest. CGI, of course, developed in Nigeria. You must act as saviors. It's your job. No, it's your duty to see it on another weekend. Go see it on the second or third weekend. I already bought 10 tickets for the Saturday night showing and will be distributing them to any black person I see at the front door. Wow. That is so sycophantic and disgusting. Could you imagine, just in all seriousness, imagine for a moment like a normal, healthy black family. And they want to take their kids or something to go watch this. I'm sure it's garbage, but they take their kids to go watch this anti-white movie. And they show up at the door. Say they're like little kids. And there are these like greasy, disgusting white anti-whites that are groveling on their knees, maybe saying, I'll catch the bullets that are intended for you. I mean, that is, here are the tickets I bought for you. Then they get down on their face, and no black person better take those tickets. My God. Or maybe they should. Go ahead and live it up. Live it up. How sick the white race has become. All right, let's see what these financial gifts are, and then we'll see if we'll take a look at some of these arguments from the name them crowd who got all bent out of shape. I don't know what it is. They really got all bent out of shape. Over here on Entropy, we have the great Yiz, the Eunuch and Unifier, $5 financial gift, one of our greatest, a true champ. She says, weekly folk tithe to send you all love and wishes of white well-being. Thank you, good sister. I have something to do with my family tonight, so I won't be here by the time this gets read. I'll be streaming at least once this evening, though. I'll be streaming. She'll be streaming later this evening. So I hope to see you all there, Kip. Yes, indeed. Keep it Promethean. And if you see that alert come up, keep an eye out for that. And she'll obviously be back tomorrow, as far as we know, for the Discordant Dragons, that her show of hers at 6 p.m. And then ForNull's Dragon Synth Adventures at 8 Eastern Time. We have Matt over here, financially gifting $5. God bless you, brother. Nerdrotic and Heel verse Babyface use the words white guilt and anti-white last Friday during their Friday Night Tights stream. Whoa! His Friday streams has 10 to 16,000 live viewers. Also, their chat moves pretty slow, so perfect for soloing. Awesome, Matt. That is great news. Folks, take this down. Nerdrotic, I guess that's on his channel, Friday stream that he has, 10 to 16,000 live viewers. Chat moves pretty slow. It's a great place to show up, even if you're solo advocating as a swashbuckler. And you're going to go in there and you're going to let folks know about the good work that we are doing here. Because for God's sake, if other content creators who provide no value whatsoever have their followers, their nameless, faceless followers going out and advocating for them everywhere, our champions, our knights of the round table can go out and advocate for the work that we're doing here. And we will actually name and celebrate you when you do it. Unlike these others who you're just meant to be faceless and nameless. You know, actually the beginning of our gathering here today really strikes a discordant note in a juxtaposition against the salty cracker guy, his show I caught a little bit of the last week, where he was saying to his audience that we need to do X, Y, or Z. We need to continue doing X, Y, or Z, whatever that was. And it was clearly a claim that of something that like a fan would make about their football team, where no talk was being done about how X, Y, and Z was being accomplished by that community. So it's just this living vicariously. And these people get wrapped up in this. And more power to him. He's an entertainer for a different group of people than myself. or you all, and he's doing, you know, a fabulous job for himself, and kudos. But when he says things like this, and he actually said, we need to continue building alternative platforms, that made it super evident that it's a vicarious activity rather than something that this very large community is actually doing. So that's undermining those individuals. There are going to be people in that community who are good folks who could get busy doing something for white well-being, but instead they're living vicariously through, like, Torba invented Gab, for example. And so this comment, we, like this royal we, when none of these people are doing anything, really undermining. And those folks are showing up in live chats saying, oh, you got to go watch this guy. So if they can do that and be excited about a vicarious advocacy, and maybe that's something we need to write down. Somebody write it down. This vicarious advocacy where you're not actually doing anything. You just are feeling like you have. That undermines work that needs to be done. Oh, okay. I apologize. It's not, Yiz is not streaming this evening. It is this week. She'll be streaming this week. Once this week. So that's going to be on Monday, I believe, unless she wants to correct me. This week. So awesome. Yiz, the Unique and Unifier, and Matt, I'll check over here really quickly and see. Question Everything says that one of his comments where he was critical about naming them was censored on YouTube. That may have been if you had said something that could have been interpreted as violent, or you're using specific words that could get AI to look at the channel. Keep those kind of things in mind. Or the moderators were wrong. You never know. They're human beings. They're awesome, but they're human beings. So we need to be patient with each other. And we have here, get out your raucous emojis, please. Two lovely ladies have shown up. We have Ace here, financially gifting $25 over there on Cash App. God bless you, Ace. 25. Save the white baby dollars over there on Cash App. Beautiful thing. And with it, with those 25 raucous emojis and 07s, raucous emojis and 07s, please. With it, she writes, for Western kind. And then a very cute little smiley face. Thank you so much for that. And then we have the great, the one and only, ever dependable, I love Jesus Christ. Financially gifting $10 and writing, as is customary for her, for white well-being. God bless you, sister. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Let me take a look at what you all are saying and take a look at the time. We're at the bottom of the hour. I'm going to scroll back through. We have, looks like maybe a couple more on Cash App that I'll take a look at in just a moment. Great to see the wonderful champ Brand Danger is with us. Wendell is here. Cindy Ben, of course, the great Franklin. And we mentioned Matthew earlier. We see a George here. And Eternalism is here. Great to see. There's the great Indomitable ForNull. Azimuth Clark, Anomalous. Hyperborean Dream. Great to see you. Caleb is with us as well. Carlisle is here as well. Great to see you. And who else? TJ is here. Is there anybody out there? Rory, great to see you. Troggy. Anonymous says, the don't name them strategy hasn't worked much either. Things have gotten worse. Either one extreme hasn't been used effectively enough, or a combination is needed. Again, when we're talking, thank you for the question. And posing it respectfully. We need a people for any argumentation that can be adopted by a people. So it's really a moot point to go beyond that. You need a people. The white race can say we're a race. They can say, Southerners can say we're Southerners, etc. The Irish can say they're Irish. But we don't see ourselves as a people. We don't see the white race as a people. And we need to see it as a people if you're going to be able to say there is a threat to our people, in order to have the participants say, as a people, we're going to consider this and potentially take this on board as something that will benefit our people and therefore me as an individual. So no one deals with that argument when I have these discussions. No one addresses it. In fact, that was the point that I made when David Duke was on JF and I was on it, and I kept making the point to David Duke, and he kept fumbling with it. He didn't know what to do. He couldn't answer it. So Richard Spencer called in, and JF went ahead and let Spencer on, probably because he could tell that, wow, Jason is going to be able to handle both of these guys. And Richard Spencer came on and tried to argue on David Duke's side as well. And then he could not deal with this fundamental, where do you start? Who are the people you're speaking to? There's no sense in making great arguments for how you would streamline the production of widgets if you don't even own a property on which to build a factory. So fundamentally, what I've discovered over the years are the people, the name them people, are really just jealous people who hate another group of humanity. And they just want to say all the reason why, their lives suck. Now, the vast majority of them, not all of them, the reason why their lives suck is because there's a group out there, and they started off blaming their mom and dad, and then they went beyond that, and then they blamed all the way up until now they think they've reached, it's because of them. Now, there are other people out there who have sat down and they've attempted to assess without asking a lot of fundamental questions. And they've come to, as a consequence, in my opinion, erroneous conclusions. And if those that prove that they're false, that prove that they don't work. If you disagree with me, then simply make arguments to overcome my arguments, and then we will allow the competing arguments in the white sympathetic sphere to compete. And the chips will fall where they may. What doesn't happen is that I make arguments, and this is, by the way, do not try to circumvent or undermine the corrective feedback loop by saying, don't punch right. This is a corrective feedback loop. If you do not allow people to evaluate strategies that are implemented ostensibly in service for the well-being of our people, then you can never know if the strategy is suicidal, or if it works a little, or if it works a little bit more than that, or if it's the way to go. You just don't know, because you are not allowing this corrective feedback loop to function the way it's supposed to function. Meanwhile, you are complaining about you not being allowed freedom of speech by these jaywalking censors. It's the jaywalking censors that prevent us from telling everybody how evil they are. Oh, by the way, Jason is making an argument that demonstrates that this is a failed strategy and it ruins people's lives. So censor him. And how do you censor him? Well, since you can't pull the plug on the platforms, you report him on the platforms. You tell people that he's a Fed and not to listen to him. You tell people that he's a jaywalker and not to listen to him. You tell people that he's homosexual and not to listen to him. You tell him that he's a rapist and not to listen to him. And all of these sorts of things. This is a corrective feedback loop. You have a real emotional problem if what you are implementing and believe to be like this is the strategy that's got to be done. You have a real emotional problem if when you hear an idea that persuades you and causes you to come to the conclusion of the falsity of what you've been endorsing, that causes you to say, silence him. All right. A big hello to everybody who's here. We're getting rolling. We're going to get excited. We're going to get excited here. I'm fired up by the monumental successes that we're having. It's just one after the other. Absolutely one after the other. I'm effusive with it. We have successes in person, in the real world. Not only, we've been having these successes in the real world in people's lives. A lot of these other folks say, that's not doing anything. Really changing whole families? That's not doing anything. Making the whole family concerned about the welfare of the white race? That's not doing anything. No, you're only doing anything, as the great ForNull has pointed out before, that the metric for success in a lot of these other communities is how much your family hates you. That's a brilliant thing to say. Has your family abandoned you yet? Have you been thrown out? Your family wants nothing to do. You've been ostracized from the family. Oh, yeah? You're one of us. You know the score. Give me a break. We've been doing things in the real world long before the internet was robust enough to carry any of this garbage for white well-being with the Go Free method. But recently, and it's going to be the norm now, engaging in politics and other social endeavors, but all over the internet, changing the conversation. And the internet, therefore, the world, the way people talk in their lives, the way articles are written in newspapers. Come on, folks. You need to be the party. You need to be celebrating if you want other good people to realize and to come to this. All right. Ash is asking me to look something up on, I'm not going to say it because I don't know if AI is listening to or for that. I don't know why you would want me to look up this Hell Legion. You're going to have to provide me some feedback. Fit and healthy at any age is with us. Great to see you. Another champion. All right, just strolling along. Let's see. I have posted at Nerdrotic many times, writes Fit and Healthy at Any Age, to use anti-white. So maybe it's finally kicking in. It is kicking in. It is. Let's get a salute and some raucous emojis for Fit and Healthy at Any Age. One of the knights of the round table. If you are in somebody's chat and you're hitting and you're intelligently using the key concepts, and then the content creator uses them, yes, you are the reason they did it. Because they're seeing it just like I see it. Just like I see conversations taking place. And then I told you all, and you all know, we've demonstrated it time and again, that this is a curative contagion. People immediately see, oh, that'll work for me, and then they take it. That's what we want. That's absolutely what we want. You want like, if it could be like a bumper sticker, you want it sitting out on a table so that when people walk by, they say, at least mentally, they see it and they say, I'm remembering that. Maybe they take the sticker. They don't put stickers on their car, but they take the sticker so they have it, right? You don't want to have a sticker that makes them look at it and say, holy shit, I would be murdered if I put that immoral shit on my car. You don't want that. That's not a sign of success. That's not a sign of how right you are. 0022 is with us. Caleb says, Jason, we are connected on another level telepathically. I just posted various lyrics, and you just used vicarious as a metaphor. Or vicarious, I'm sorry, just posted vicarious lyric, and you just posted vicarious as a metaphor. No white guilt, unreal. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Coconut is here. Great to see you. Victorian Time Traveler says, forget about WW1. The Greek philosopher was doing name them in 460 BC. Holy shit. Yeah, I guess that's true. The name them thing. I guess if you really want to go back, I was just thinking like semi-contemporary. If you really want to go back, Victorian Time Traveler is right. What is on the picture behind Jason? You remember that we have that little plushy monkey. He can grab on the glass like Rhesus Monkey. Sometimes he sits on top of the computer. Sometimes he's behind it. Well, he's a real showboat. And he decided he wasn't getting enough attention sitting on the desk by the computer. So he decided to go outside and cling to that outside of that window. That's what you see. Roi Danton saying, great job on the Yeas law, brother. I love it. Yeah, man. That's what we need to popularize. Yeas law. Naming them ruins you. All right, let's see what else. The real Vincent is here. Pearl Lady, great to see you. Teal is here. Hello. Archangel says, do you know where I can find that debate? You versus Spencer and David Douche. Oh, that's funny. It's probably on JF's channel. It was not meant to be a debate. He was having different people on, and I can't remember what it was to discuss. But David Duke was before me, and he just wouldn't leave. He just kept talking. So JF brought me on, and then that's where I respectfully disagreed with him. But then instead of respectful disagreement back, and just like you'll see, I'll share some of these. Why not, right? Would y'all like to see some of the arguments being made? I probably should speak to some of them in love, because some of those people need love. But instead of the respect back at me, I actually had to remind Richard Spencer forcefully not to try to talk down to me like he does to folks, to overpower them. So I actually reminded him of that, and then thankfully he backed off. And I don't hate Spencer, and I definitely I want Duke to. He's been at it forever. He's been sacrificing forever, and I think, where his heart is often, not all the time, but often in a good place for us, and where he has served white sympathy in a way that comports with my morality, and that's really outside of this endless name them thing. I totally concur and support. But a lot of these folks, when I disagree, when I bring this corrective feedback loop up, they are not respectful in response. And you see the kind of things that end up getting said about me because of it. They just, on one hand, these folks practice censorship in every way they possibly can with the little to no power that they have. And then on the other hand, they complain endlessly about censorship that is employed against them. And good people in our brothers and sisters, the vagues out there, they can see that, and they see that as a really gross character flaw. Anomalous says, history must be maintained and taught regardless of its controversy. We must be responsible for what we know, what we learn, and how we share it. That's right. Listen, again, and I hope you all that hear me explain this, forcefully remind people who try to misrepresent. People are conflating awareness of a group or groups or whatever it might be, their actions and what their motivations might be. Awareness of that and awareness of their interpretation of history, which I'm not saying is right or wrong. Maybe they've looked at history and somehow they've got it all right. I'm not looking at history. You all can write history for me. I'm looking out the windshield. And so then you have this history. They conflate awareness and historical accuracy of like wrongs done or things of that nature. And they look at my advice to focus on our people and not on other people's. And they say, oh, Jason doesn't want all of these crimes or anything to be remembered. Jason doesn't want this harm to our people to be acknowledged. Jason doesn't want, none of that is true. You're going to have conversation. I want you to be epic in your life. You're not going to be epic in your life, even if you never tell anybody about any of these things. If you're walking around in your heart and you are with anger, dawn till dusk, focused on some particular group out there in the world because of the way it eats at you, because of the way it puts you in their story. And if you are in their story as one of their haters, you can never, and this is the metaphor I use, because to try to explain it would take too long, and 99.9% of people won't get it. But you will never be able, if you are a character in their story, one of their haters, you will never be able to wield the pen for our story, for your personal life. You have to love our people. What can I do for our people? How can I put an end to our suffering? When you look out at the world, those who inflict the victimization are identified in our story, and you got a category, and then you can write the remedy. Anti-white, our story, that's how you deal with it. You will grow. And so many people have these testimonials about how they go from realizing how like narrow and spiteful and ugly their vision and thoughts were day in and day out, and how that then went through suffused all these other areas of their lives. Couldn't hold a job, couldn't get a job, couldn't get a relationship, couldn't keep a relationship, couldn't make a relationship peaceful, all of these other things. And then they start focusing in love on us, and they treat themselves for their meme pathogens. That's another element that you miss when you think advocacy is naming another group, and that consists of talking about all the evil they've ever done. And the reason why I put it in quotes is because there's wild exaggeration as well as among as truths, of course, because every group of human beings have done harm to every other group of human beings. It's a reality. Not going to get into that debate because it's a reality. So when you get focused on the love and protecting our people, everything begins to open up for you. These mean pathogens that you have to treat that are inside of your subconscious, you realize this is actually the substance of the character that I am in their story, and you have to address it. When you are just focused on some group of people out there, you get so lost in their story that many of these people begin calling themselves by the names of the caricatures given them by other groups of people. That is a sign of mental disease, mental illness. When you have so succumbed to another person's story, you say, yes, I am their fill in the blank. And you all know exactly what I'm talking about. And people who've come away from that, they share their testimonials of that. So let's see. The Joneses says, check Cash App. All right, I'll do that. I'm going to check Cash App. But who wants to see some of these fantastic responses? Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'll just take a look on my phone. And I shared the one that was so just arresting because the guy said, or female, tried to say that, maybe I can find it. I mean, it was a hardcore cope in a really big way, effectively trying to claim. Oh, here it is. Here's what it wrote. Here's what the person wrote. In response to my tweet that said it must suck for the name them crowd to advocate that strategy as the form of their activism and then have a black guy do it bigger and better. Ouch. And I shared a great meme that I found over on Instagram, the sum of all colors. And that was types of headaches, migraine, hypertension, stress, and then the whole head is colored in for white people who think Kanye cares about white people. And this person wrote in response, his kids are half white and he loves his kids. Have some nuance and stop pissing in the well. And so I responded to that by saying that was a hardcore cope to actually try to claim Kanye West, to try to claim him as one of the Nazi-esque circle. And you see a lot of these guys are doing this. And that's the thing that really stuns me, that I never thought, I could have never predicted, that the Nazi-esque circles would claim and become sycophantic and soft, flaccid before a black guy and then sing his paean, sing his praise. But all right, we'll check Cash App. And we have Art Acrobats is with us. $4.09 from Art Acrobats. Thank you so much, good brother. And he says, for white well-being. Absolutely, for white well-being. Thank you, good sir. And we have, wow. Who was that just told me to look at the Joneses? The Joneses. 07s, please. 07s. Get out your 07s. Raucous emojis. I beseech you, my friends. For the Joneses, financially gifting 100. Let's make it all about love, hope, and redemption dollars. 100. Let's make it all about love, hope, and redemption dollars. God bless you. Thank you so much. Thanks for the tools we need. She writes. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That is fantastic. Yes, we got that in. Applause. There's the Joneses. Check Cash App. God bless you. Yeah, and you are so welcome for the tools. Change the world. ForNull pointing out, assuming the titles of another people that they give characters in their story. ForNull points out Gentiles and Goy. He sees it all the time. Yep, calling themselves Goy, Goyim, Gentiles, Shiksa for the females. What's the other one? Disgusting. No way. I was all the way back, a very young man, before I'd even left, walked away from the church because it was so anti-white. I couldn't attend church anymore because of it. And I was saying to them, why are we calling ourselves Gentiles? I'm no Gentile. That if they want to call people outside their group Gentiles, then more power to them. But that's not my tale. That's not my narrative arc. That shouldn't be our people's story. Now I understand also though that, like Ileana has mentioned, that in her movement in Italy, that they are using Gentile not from the Bible, but she traced, while she was on the show with us, another route that somehow came to that. So that's something different. I still wouldn't call myself a Gentile because of that, the connection. But thank you so much. And we have Hardwood Operator as we just passed. Isn't this awesome? We just passed 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hardwood Operator, financially gifting $7. What are the odds of that synchronicity? I wonder if the spirit of the West is actually with us or not. We got Caleb. We got Hardwood Operator. I didn't do any of this. I didn't time any of that. $7. He says, our greatest days are ahead, Kip. They are indeed. Our greatest days are ahead. And I want to give a big thank you to everybody who's financially gifting. So let me see. Let me take a look at some of these, and we will. Okay, so yeah, so we just had somebody called Hugs give a like to my comment about the hardcore coping here, gents. About the really, Ye's one of us. How many of you? I seriously want to ask you all, jump in on this with your thoughts. Tag me if you'd like me to see your thoughts, like me to read your thoughts. Did any of you ever think that you would see the day that in the white sympathetic sphere, explicit white sympathetics who would not object to being called Nazi-esque would become sycophantic to a black rapper, who would become adulatory to a black rapper, who would suddenly admire and just strip themselves of all dignity, a black rapper? Did you ever think that day would come? I'm kind of stuck between feeling like it's ineffable and I can't say enough about how ridiculous it is. And that's why I made the tweet. How did it come to this? How did it come to this? You know, the rest of the white population is laughing at all of them. They have to think that that is the most ridiculous thing. How unmanly could that be? How unmanly, how boyish, how weak, how soft, how lame could that be? To go around, and then they say, like, some of these responses, they say, well, you got to understand, in a conflict, you allies, and you make allies against other foes. No. First of all, I could tell you how wrong that is. And remember, don't shut down the corrective feedback loop. Even if I'm wrong, the corrective feedback loop needs to be in place to guarantee that the position you hold is right. Does that make sense? Do I really need to dig up? Do I need to invoke Bacon? Do we need to get out a seance and maybe we'll raise him from the dead? Do you know who he is? I'm not talking about what you get at breakfast in the morning. But yeah, I never thought I would see the day. But yeah, this you need these allies. No. You do not get to talk so grossly about the black race. Always. And then say, well, you got to choose your allies. And this makes perfect sense that we become sycophantic and adulatory and talk about how awesome he is. No, you don't get to do that. Because if you do, you have no character. I mean, what you're doing already is disgusting, which is this always the focus on the negatives of other groups of people, but you don't want to be have negative things said about you because of the way you were born. But all right, you do that endlessly. You're sharing their crime. Did Jared Taylor do it too? Has Jared Taylor suddenly showed up Fuentes style in like a big black poofy jacket, throwing up? My fingers can't even do the things that they. Maybe if I help one hand, they're like, what are I can't even do it. It's like rheumatoid arthritis. Did Jared Taylor get out there? And he's got like one of those black caps with the hood low, like this other 4-footer did. Some black sunglasses, a big poofy jacket. And Jared Taylor's like, yo, did that happen? Because he's been sharing the stats of black crime rates since maybe before some of you were even born. So it just reeks of the worst character. And why would anybody give any of these folks any credence? And I want them to get better. Let's see what some of these people are saying so we can move on and we can continue to have the epic evening that we're having. We want to get to these announcements. Because there are some important things to share with folks. But let's see. Here's another one that people gave tweets to. A young lady wrote, "Of course he doesn't care about us, but pointing out hypocrisy, particularly of the, she refers to them as chosen ones, is still good for us." Well, I actually disagree with pointing out hypocrisy being good for us. And I think the evidence of that is that nobody does pointing out the hypocrisy more and better than conservatives. And it does nothing. It is totally feckless, in my opinion. You can point out superficial hypocrisy. And that's another thing, dear lady, where I would ask you to investigate. Anti-whites are never genuinely hypocritical. They never genuinely have a hypocritical moment, because in all cases, they end up at anti-white conclusions. So that's congruity. That's not hypocrisy. So the only time there is hypocrisy is when you have a superficial understanding. You use those instances to introduce concepts that your audience will benefit from. You can say, hey, it's hypocritical that anti-whites in this one situation and in this other situation, two different standards, two different etc. positions, hypocrites, and then you introduce some key concepts, because that will get people's attention. I have heard 100,000 times, if one, white people at conferences and meetings and etc. in this sphere say, can't believe, look at the rank hypocrisy. And that never changes anything. White people don't like hypocrisy. So you'll get their attention by mentioning it, but you've got to give them something that empowers them. Talking about hypocrisy goes nowhere. That's the beginning and end of that activism. You've got to empower them. So that's what I would say to you. Now I'm reaching out now in love to these folks. You know, if they want to know, I will reach out in love and explain these things. And here's the other thing to her comment. Pointing out the hypocrisy of another group of humanity is not a good thing ever. Pointing out the hypocrisy of anti-whites is a good thing to introduce concepts that will empower your audience. Focusing on whether it's to point out hypocrisy or to point out how much power they wield, etc., focusing on other groups is always going to be seen, and it is what we refer to as white negative. It's always going to be seen by our audience, our white brothers and sisters out there, as mean, as spiteful, as unbecoming, as unethical, as uncouth, as little, as ugly. And so they're not going to heed what you have to say. And they're certainly not going to go sharing that around. So you don't want to talk about other groups of mankind and talk about their warts. Let me go ahead and submit now to everybody. If it was not this non-white group, it would be a different non-white group that wielded most of the power, or much of the power, and used it in a way. Let me ask you this. We'll put it this way. What if this non-white group that you're focusing on didn't ever exist? And what if there was a different non-white group? You can pick any other one that you want. And they exercised, let's just say, 5% of power. And we'll just leave that power. We won't break that down, which it needs to be broken down to contemplate and ideate. All right. We won't even do that. We'll just leave it general for the benefit of the people who oppose me. So we'll say 5% of the power. And then the rest of the power was wielded by other non-white individuals, which in this experiment were radically individualist, and white individuals who were radical individualists. The name them crowd would still be talking about that 5% group. And that 5% group would still be successful, 5% of power would still be successful in Western civilization because they were functioning as a group, because they were helping each other out, rather than functioning as radical individuals. What really do the name them people want? Do they want all of the different groups in humanity to act as radical individualists like the white race? If they did, the white race still would not be benefiting itself. None of the white people in power are doing that. Elon Musk not doing anything for white people. And you would think if there's any white person that doesn't have to fear repercussion, it would be somebody with over 150 billion or whatever it is dollars, right? Not doing anything for white people. So a bunch of then who would you complain about? Then who would you point to? So seriously think about that. If everybody in power were radical individualists, who would you complain about then? How would you benefit the white race then? And I mean that from my heart, trying to help you out. All right, let's see. And what are you all saying? Are you all saying anything? Thank you all who are jumping in on the action item and retweeting and liking my tweet at Elijah Schaefer. Okay, and here's a response from somebody who was not very happy about me getting a little dig at the name them. Nothing vicious. It wasn't, I mean, but it's true. It's true. The name them crowd had a black guy do it bigger and better. And this person then, and then you see in these responses, you see some people are really mad. Some people are trying to move the goalpost. Some people just, just focus on slandering me. This person says, I'll support anyone calling out the rampant anti-whiteness. It's anti-whiteism. You should research where whiteness came from. You don't want to say that. In our society, and the immensely outsized influence of jaywalkers, no matter their skin color. So this is a person who presumably as, and this is where they might try to, maybe I'll just continue with that, is part of a group, because it was, a lot of these people are part of a specific group who hates on the black race, who refers to them with a name that is given to a whole branch of animals regularly. It's hilarious to them. They have cartoons they make fun of them, drawing them in every just sort of obscene and ridiculous way. And then suddenly a black guy comes along and does their strategy bigger and better than them. And it's, I'll support anybody, no matter their skin color. Really? And then talking about the outsized influence, who cares? Who cares? If it wasn't them, it would be someone else. Kanye, as I pointed out last week, if it were Indians in America, forget about India. If it were Indians in America, Hindus, for example, who totally dominated, and that doesn't mean owns everything, but outsized influence for their community, news and entertainment, and Kanye had been burned in his mind by them, or Ye had been burned by them, and he said, oh, they're working together to keep us down and everything. They too would censor him into oblivion. So how do you get any closer? You could do that with any group of people. How do you get any closer to the recapture of our destiny? You don't. How do you get any closer to bringing ordinary white folks over to white sympathy? By hating on other groups of mankind. It just hasn't worked. So now all of a sudden it's I don't care. Look, their influence, I want their influence to serve white well-being. If it will serve, if they will come forward and say, hey, we have this oversized influence and we want to put it to work for white well-being. This is all fiction, of course, because it's not about to happen or ever. But if they came and did that, I would like the oversized influence. I don't have a problem with oversized influence. I have a problem with anti-whiteism. I don't have a problem with people being successful in their lives. I don't have a problem, generally speaking. I don't have a problem with people being inventors. I don't have a problem with people being doctors, lawyers. I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with them being anti-white. If you go to your mother, if you go to your mother's friends and you say to them, the big problem is that these people, they've started a lot of companies and they provided a lot of value to people, because where did all their money come from? You know, that's the thing. All of the name them folks, for these people and their businesses and everything, if you really want to get at the folks that make these people powerful, you got to get at the people who give them their money. You know who that is? Their customers. You. So you really want to go in there to your mother's sewing circle. You really want to go out to the friends at work and tell them these people are evil because they've been very successful. And they wield, you know, ordinary white people are going to say, well, they must be smart. Well, they must work together. Wish our people, you know, wish I had a people that would work like that. That's what ordinary white folk are going to do. And even if they conclude with you, yeah, they're evil for success. How has that benefited white people? That's the God of the gaps moment that they can never answer. I'm saying these things out of love for these people who are ruining their lives. And because we're in white well-being, we're going places. We're making this happen. Every day the world is changing because of us. The past is fighting us as we are the future. And the past always fights against the future. But I want to pull as many people up on board as we can before we sail away, or as we sail away. This was funny. Some people getting bent out of shape. Some people fine with it, supporting it, where I'm pointing out these things that are getting awful in society for white women. And I said, yes, indeed, white women, are you ready to come crawling back to the white man? And no, you don't get to be in charge. And don't also, ladies, say, well, you can be in charge if, because you don't get to give stipulations when you're not in charge. You don't get to say, you can be in charge if. No, I'm sorry. You don't get to say that when you are not in charge. Understand? In the future, as we recapture our destiny more and more, you are not going to be in a place to contest for leadership. You will be in a place where you can be what a man can never be, and that is a woman of the West. And that is the thing that anti-whites have always hated most of all, is the woman of the West, because it's in her womb that the man of the West comes, nothing else. All right. Where are some more of these arguments? There's the great Quebec. Recommendation of a back and forth. claims about me being alt-light. What, did they all delete them when I started talking about this? For the love of God, did you all go back and delete them? Here you have one woman or with a female avatar name saying, but it might be male. Why shouldn't a black guy be doing it? Everyone should be doing it. That's a move the goalpost. And move the goalpost. Hate on blacks all day long. And then you turn around and say, why shouldn't blacks be doing it? Well, because if they want to be white negative, then maybe what I'm going to have to do is I'll have to see if I can gather up a few and then speak to them, because I'm not seeing any right now. I will tell you, though, that while we're waiting, White Lives Matter, if you haven't heard, has been bought and is owned by 2 black guys, and they are not going to let you use it and make shirts about it and etc. without being sued. So be aware of that when it comes to the use of White Lives Matter, that you are not going to be able to use it without being sued or potentially being sued. So it's actually quite smart of them to jump out and make that happen, unfortunately. I want to watch Promethean Promulgation. Do you all know that he decided that he was going to have a look at whether or not he should stick around? And he was feeling like maybe I should flee. Maybe things are crumbling. Maybe things are crashing. And he made a video. He decided he was going to go prepper. And I want to watch that video with you all. It's fantastic. So let me find that. Nope, that's not it. Darn it. Here it is. Are You Ready? By the great Promethean Promulgation. Let's have a watch.
A lot of people right now are getting really concerned with rising food and gas prices, and the blackouts going on in California. They're just made weak by modern civilization, and a lot of them just simply aren't going to make it when it all inevitably comes crashing down. I give it 1 year, maybe 2. Definitely not 5. It's definitely not going for 5. But not me. I'm not scared. I'm excited. I'm looking forward. This is what I've been looking forward to my whole life. I have actually watched every Mad Max movie 20 times through. I have over 5,000 hours playing DayZ. So that makes me extremely qualified to tell you how to survive the impending apocalypse. And if anything playing DayZ for 5,000 hours has taught me, it's that the best strategy is simply to have hidden stashes in the middle of nowhere where no one will look. Now, you got to know how to live off the land. Now, and you might forget, without your GPS markers and all that, I got my trusty rock telling me where I planted my crops. But this is a late blooming crop, and that's why we're harvesting it now. It's a great crop to grow because, in September, you're going to all your secret stashes for, corn and okra. Now, in late October, this is one of the few crops you can be harvesting. So let's just go ahead, get digging, and I shall eat well tonight. Yeah.
Listen up, preppers.
I'm not going to be one of those sorry suckers who did not prepare for this day. When the day comes, they will be coming to me. Oh, I can feel it. We're definitely hitting it. Now, I don't want to break the skin on the tuber. Yeah, keep it well preserved. There we go. A nice, fresh, organic box of Cheez-Its. A lot of people right now.
Oh. That is hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious. Well done, brother. You all might remember that we went live, and there was a prepper called Prepper Nurse, and he was talking about living off the land and all the farming you have to do. In fact, he's talking about the end of the world right now again, and the whole time he's talking about doing everything for yourself, he had this big box of Cheez-Its behind him, which I understand he doesn't do anymore, and he's hidden the box of Cheez-Its. So we mocked that a little bit. And but you can see now that ultimately, if you're going to be able to survive the apocalypse, you've got to have these crops in place. You've got to have them in place. The Cheez-Its. I'd like to find some more of these. But I don't know what happened to most of their. Maybe if I just like spin the wheel here, it'll take me down far enough that I'll begin seeing some of the. I can look at some of them in response to this, name them, folks. This one person says it's still a net positive for us in the long run. Let's get some raucous emojis for Promethean Promulgation. That was hilarious. I genuinely roared. It was so droll when he got to the end, and I was like, at first I was like, is he leaving? Then I thought he won't leave. He's too hardcore for white well-being. And then I thought, where's this going? And he's like digging this up. And I'm like, what is this? What is he digging up? What is this about? He's talking about this tuber and his late crop. And then when he hit the Cheez-Its, I came unglued. That was funny as hell. That was really funny. All right. This person said, it's still a net positive for us in the long run, even if Kanye West isn't a white advocate. Well, go ahead and tell me how it's a positive for us. I can tell you how it's a negative. Ye going on and on about this group is not going to harm any black people, but it will harm white people. They will institute more anti-whiteism, and it's going to be and to the detriment of white people everywhere. Kindergarten, senior living facilities, people in their prime like yours truly, it's going to be to the detriment of everybody. So why do that? Why not do stuff that what we have demonstrated here actually succeeds in service to white well-being? We have, why would that suck? This person writes, not their name. Whites are not all superior beings who can never accept help, and the political landscape is a disorganized battlefield. Identity politics is the game, and everyone has advantages and disadvantages, says a name them black person hater. Why does that suck that he did it so much better? And really, you're going to say that white people aren't superior? White people aren't all superior beings. So I guess maybe only some of the Nazi-esque group that they talk about is they're the superior beings. I mean, can you believe these arguments? Ashley says, this seems unproductive. No, I think it's actually very productive. I see no statement. I see no logic in that statement. Okay. Let's see if he has some intelligence to share. It's part of the plan that others should take up the banner. Oh. It's part of the plan that you should get everybody hating jaywalkers. Okay. And then when you take them down, which you're not going to do, when you take them down, you'll have maybe the black billionaires who will work together better than white people, since white people don't have a people. We keep putting out the truth, and eventually it takes root and spreads. This is progress. Really, the naming them, and we just want to go over like semi-contemporary, before World War I, hardcore modern civilization, naming them. How long are you going to wait? How long do you have to keep putting it out there? You remember our society, America, was 90+% white. And we are rapidly approaching a numerical minority status. So not only are we radical individuals, which ultimately makes us the smallest percentage of the population. So my point is that even if we're 90+% of the population, we're really less than 1% because we're all radical individuals, the white race. So you have no power in that. That's the illusion of power. But now we're going to have a literally numerical minority status here in a handful of years. And what then? I mean, things are getting worse and worse, not better and better. Your goal should not be to get everyone in humanity to hate another group of human beings. That if that's in your heart, then that has nothing to do with the well-being of white people. And just say as much. Just say that you're just you advocate for the hatred of this group. Anomalous says, depends on how many blacks react to it. We saw the black reaction, didn't we? The wealthiest and most powerful blacks did what? They have run from and disavowed Ye. Isn't that what happened? His best friends left him. His in-laws disavow him. I mean, we can go down the list. I don't even have the recent list. I got the 2 weeks into it list. And you can see none of these people in their wealth, even this 2 billion heir, was made by that industry, entertainment industry. They made him and they're taking it away. These other black, what about the Oprah? Why didn't she come out and go to war with him? Against, so, I mean, come on. Again, how long do you have to be saying this and it not working before you finally, it not achieving the goal of killing off all of these people, of stealing all of their things from them? How long do you have to make that your objective? And then we have here, this person saying, it's progress. Says, my comment was Kanye West needs to establish his own platform and he needs some good advice. He will be destroyed. He's not going to establish any platforms. He bought Parler. It's going nowhere. He will not be allowed to do anything unless he becomes radically anti-white, and he'll never be forgiven. And he'll have to carry this lowered status around everywhere he goes. And people will be very tentative about being friends with him. As a consequence. So no, he's not gonna build an alternative. The reason why he's being destroyed is because he contradicted the anti-white narrative. That's why he's being destroyed. That's why he's suffering as a consequence. And that is how you have to understand it if you want to be able to come to conclusions that serve the objective of our people's well-being. If you want to think about it some other way, you're not going to be able to come to correct conclusions about service to our well-being. You may think that you're getting closer to murdering off and thieving everything from some group of humanity, but you're not going to come any closer to serving our well-being. And again, what's your objective? I mean, to say this, he needs to establish his own platform. He needs to establish his own platform. I mean, come on. Are you really awake? Are you really awake? Adidas gave up $2 billion a year, 10% of their business, which may be corporate suicide. We'll know in the years to come. $2 billion a year gave all that up to get rid of him. Gap, 60% of all of their online sales to get rid of him. Balenciaga, kicked his ass to the curb. Daily Wire, Fox News, Vogue magazine, and his documentary on Fox News, all kicked to the curb. MRC CAA talent agency boycotted. The MRC documentary scrapped. CAA talent agency boycotted by UTA and WME. These are the talent agencies. His concerts coming up, canceled. Employees who work for him and contractors all quitting. Foot Locker won't sell any merchandise associated with him. Suspended, of course, on Twitter, Instagram. All celebrity friends left him. In-laws disavowed him. And this list grows daily. This was only 2 weeks in. 2 weeks in. My hope is that he builds his own platform. And that with what? In imaginary land? Is that where he will build it? In imaginary land? Here's one saying he welcomes new allies. So again, somebody who calls black people by this name of this whole group of animals and mocks them, and then says, well, I welcome new allies. He's not your ally. He's not your friend. He doesn't like white people. He does not like white people. He did this for him. It doesn't even have to do, as he's claiming, with this bigger cause of black people and them in the entertainment and sports industry. Funny that he would like toss in sports, but entertainment must know a few athletes who got ripped off by their managers. And making it, and then saying generally he wants the black people to be more of a people than they are. I want white people to be more of a people. But he doesn't like white people. In fact, he told the guy who is a part of the group that you hate that he wants all of the revenue from the sale of his Kanye West White Lives Matter shirts to go to the black community. Does that sit well with you? He's not your ally. Another one saying, truth is truth. I advocate truth. Whoever speaks it. Somebody who was just referring to this group of people as animals, now celebrating them. Here's a good one, really insightful. Okay, Fed. This one's saying, he's one of the most famous people in the world. Nobody has been a voice for White Lives Matter or spoken against anti-whiteism either. Kanye did more to expose anti-whiteism in a couple of offhand remarks than Donald Trump and the entire alt-right have done in 6 years. Absolutely not. He did not do anything to reveal anti-whiteism. My God, how do people come to these assessments? You know, ForNull mentioned astutely to me, at some point this is like picking on handicapped people. He agrees with me, trying to help people with love in our hearts to see activity that will benefit them and our people. But I mean, he helped people to no. People are looking at what he said as white people, the ones we need to convince, are looking at what he said as a tantrum because he was having some money stolen from him and now he's getting all ugly. Now he's getting all gross. That's what your average white person is thinking. And now he's trying to demonize this whole race of people, this whole people, I guess you can't call them a race, because of the ones that stole from him. That's what's going on in the average white person's mind. They're not thinking at all about an ideology called anti-whiteism. They're not thinking at all about how they as individuals are harmed because the group to which they belong is attacked by way of an ideology that breeds resentment and hatred and jealousy and envy of the white race. They're not thinking at all about that. Oh, this one's kind of funny. To be fair, most of the name them crowd would suffer harsher and more swift retribution and scorn than said current uppity fellow. Really? Really? So his blackness is protecting him? It would get worse than all that I just read? And so that's why white people aren't, I mean, guys, you got to stop making excuses. This is sad. Yeah, the reason why white people aren't doing it better than this black guy is because they would suffer more than the loss of $1.5 billion in net worth over 2 weeks and all of the rest that I was talking about there and getting worse and worse. Finally, I'll just read this one and that'll be it. We'll move on. You've entirely missed the point, writes somebody with a female avatar who may or may not be a female. You've entirely missed the point. He's not white. Yeah. But he's using his platform for the only cause which will determine the fate of the world. Really? So murdering that entire group of people and taking all of their possessions away, that is the only cause which will determine the fate of the world. Well, then that's all I got to say, because you are not going to get people to be excited about and participate in those activities. And then she goes on, and for that, he gets credit. For that, he gets credit. Being a disempowered minority category serves to protect him as he challenges them. And that serves, he's been protected all right. He's been real protected by his status as a protected minority. Oh my God, that's funny. And then, enemy of my enemy. Well, I actually mentioned that earlier. The enemy of my enemy is your ally. That is one of the most retarded so-called truisms that is out there. No, every scenario has to be evaluated for how efficacious and whether or not it is self-harm to ally yourself. And this is a great case of when it is harmful to ally yourself with somebody, even in the case of these name them crowd, to ally yourself with somebody who is seen to be this way, who continues to make the matter worse, who is repeatedly going on shows apologizing and rolling over and asking for help from the same people that he was naming. I'm going to make a prediction here at the end of this, and we're going to keep moving because we are about just over 10 minutes from the top of the hour, the 8th hour. We want to get calls tonight. I want to read some of your comments as well. We got funny things to look at. We got cool things to look at. I'm going to set it all up, and we will cover it. But this enemy of my enemy always needs to be evaluated for whether or not it's beneficial or it creates a doubling of strength or, in fact, halves your strength. And this guy is an absolute great case as he continues to roll over and over. So the prediction that I have is that we will be here next year and there will be no change. Things will, as far as the name them crowd goes, these people will still be in the seats that they hold, deservedly or not. They will continue to love each other and the ones that do, and work together, the ones that do. There won't be some uptick or groundswell or anything of this of desire to murder them or deprive them of all of their belongings. There won't be any of that. And the name them crowd will be at the beginning, if it hadn't already started in earnest, maybe about 6, 7, 8 months in later, with excuses as to why it didn't work.
trusted, blind and cowardly. To say there's no use demarcating and shut me down when I'm explaining. Deny it all you want, you're lying. As blows are thrown, you are crying.
Hey, how's it going? This is Raymond from the Australian Vanguard. I'm just walking down to my local shopping centre and I'm going to go in and grab myself a coffee. With this. Let's see if I get some good reactions. Take it easy. G'day. Reactions have been freaking awesome. I've got old women smiling at me. I've got people running up to high-five me. I've got old men and women driving past like grandmas, beeping and like sticking their hands out the window, giving me thumbs up. Like every second person's giving me a thumbs up and smiling. People are saying, good job, mate, good job. I'm saying, love yourself, and they're like, that's right. It works. It works. No White Guilt was right. It's about time people start listening.
Damn right. It's about time people start. That's a great Raymond Foster, folks. That guy's always active doing stuff. 07 for that guy. Let me see what you all are saying, and I'm going to look at your financial gifts because we have some gifts that I want to share. We'll do that, the gifts first. Yeah, remember that even though, not only am I demonstrating with argumentation and being as polite as I can, really, that this name them strategy doesn't work, I demonstrate that if you accomplished what you wanted with it, you still wouldn't benefit white people. You still wouldn't benefit Western kind. It's preposterous to conclude that you would. But go ahead and make your arguments and politely, and I will defeat them. We have Dr. I over here, financially gifting 10, let's put an end to anti-white tyranny dollars over here on Cash App. God bless you. God bless you, Dr. I. And with those $10 has an 07. You know, I'm noticing, salute back to you, a lot of new folks, a lot of new people. A lot of people are like out there, it seems like they're saying, thank God, can't we just put an end to this litmus test of name them? Don't you just want to hate them? And I've seen so many people. I get these messages. I get these messages from people who are brand new to the white sympathetic sphere. And they say, Jason, you know, I'm all new to this. And I'm hearing all this stuff about jaywalkers and how awful the jaywalkers are. And I'm being pressured to say how evil the jaywalkers are and all of this sort of thing. These folks leave. You realize that, right? They leave. And then there are others. I'm not going to tell you who they are, but even in the past handful of years, there are people who have come in to the white sympathetic sphere, and they were just complaining about what's happening to our people. They're disgusted with us being white erased in our civilizations, our countries. And they come in and they're confronted with this. Well, here's your litmus test. You have to hate the jaywalkers. You have to want these ruinous things to happen to them. And they have said, okay, guess I will. And then their lives are ruined. They lose their jobs, lost their families. And I tried to say, there's one in particular I'm thinking about that you would know. I was like, no, you probably shouldn't do that. And I did more than say you shouldn't do that. And still, boom, suffers the consequences. Ye's law. We now know what it's called. So these people came in. It's what I've said to you all along. People are just shuffled around the white sympathetic sphere. Nobody is won over with the name them strategy. Not a single person. You have people that come over to white sympathy because of various reasons. Their heart is in a good place. They are tired of seeing us white erased, for example. And then they're told, you can only be here if you want to name them and hate them and call yourself by the names of the characters in their story. And then when you do it, especially when it comes to females, all of these guys are like, yeah, you got it right. And so they get like this little endorphin rush, like, oh, I'm saying things that I'm getting validation for. And then, oh, you lost your job? Oh, you lost your way to get work? That's the consequence. So who's the one in the formula who is actually doing good, and who are the ones who are doing evil? I think it's pretty clear. That's why we have the best people here. All right, scrolling to the top over on, thank you so much for that. And I know we have some entropy. We're going to get to you right now as I take a look at this. King, is it Geiseric? Says, surprised no one in these spheres bought the domain name or trademark No White Guilt. No White Guilt is not possible for somebody else to own. I'll say that. And why didn't somebody buy White Lives Matter? Because they're not smart. I'm scrolling up. I see Jody is here. Speedrunner is here. Ash, Ozark. Oops. Real Playlist is here. Great to see you. And says, here, everybody, they are squeezing us financially. Going to pay what I need out of the system and support when I can. Staying in it. Amen to that. Thank you so much. Euro Yankee is with us. Euro Yankee next time I'm going to share some memes that she made that are epic. Thank you so much. I got other things to share. We're just running out of time, but I got Euro Yankee. I got, oh my God, Irish Ice. Irish Ice out there on the side of the road, pamphlets everywhere, The guy is a true swashbuckler for white well-being and making it happen, motivated by love. And I've got some of his stuff to share. I found in Washington, D.C., an Elaine Sabatino sticker, one of her beautifully created on the wall somewhere. I'll share that too. It's fun to occasionally find those out and about. Rory says you should follow my friend the Woodlander. He lives in the English woods and is mostly self-sufficient. Maybe I'll check it out. There was the comment by Anomalous. No black people are going to race to it. They've all raced away. All of the evidence is they've all raced away. The richest, the wealthiest, the most powerful, the people who could do things, they've all gone away. That's why I'm not for Ye. I'm thinking he wanted to do this for some heat to generate more popularity, but he underestimated the backlash he would get from criticizing rulers. Well, they're not the only rulers. Anti-whites are the rulers. That's what matters. The rulers are anti-white. I mean, you want to get one of the quickest ways to lose a debate is with an anti-white who has some facts before them. And then you want to go up there and say, oh, well, these people are the rulers. And then they will start telling you all of the white people who own banks, who run banks, who do this, who do that, all white people who are CEOs, CFOs. And then you two just end up debating, well, are the white people influential and powerful enough, or are the jaywalkers, are they more so? And then that's what the conversation. Are you doing any good for white well-being? You should be able to put two and two together there, right? Sherry is here. Sherry says it's useful that Ye was canceled. We don't use here canceled because that's anti-white terminology. Use their terminology, you legitimize their ideology. And then says a useful tool, and now he's done. It doesn't. Okay, so here's the question. Does Ye proving that this group works together benefit white people? Here's the God of the Gaps moment. No. White people are going to look at that and say it's a disgusting thing that he would blame that entire group of people. My doctor is this, my whatever, the guy who delivered my children is that. They don't have anything to do with it. He's saying this whole group of people. It's disgusting. So it doesn't benefit white people at all, but it will harm us. It will absolutely become more stringent anti-whiteism. Just anybody. Will somebody make a point that is even remotely close? How has this strategy become so endemic? I've wondered before whether or not anti-whites have pushed it in the white sympathetic sphere, because it clearly undermines any effort to benefit white people. It clearly, verifiably, everywhere you look, harms us. Everywhere you look. Because look at what happened in my conversation, I was very poised in my conversation with Suzanne. And then when I said, are you going to call the victimization of white people anti-white? And then she says, I feel like you're trying to force me to be take a white power, or what did she say? Position, Nazi-esque position. I feel like that's what you're trying to. So it ladens us with this garbage. We are burdened by it. So I feel like it's got to be pushed, because it just doesn't seem organic that it would live this long with this many failures. Or maybe the white race is just this dumb now. I'm going to continue to implement a strategy that just does nothing but lose. So will somebody make an argument? I've never been able to find anybody that makes an argument about name them that I can't easily overcome. You know what the argument will be? Jason's a Fed. Jason's a jaywalker. All right, let's see if we have any. Elaine Sabatino giving me flames. Anomalous saying, you demonstrated it doesn't work publicly any more than medieval peasant calling out the king's corruption loudly in public. 0022, I have no white guilt. Amen to you. All right. Let me swing around and we're going to get to this right now. Dude Bro. I'm guessing this is Dude Bro moment. Dude Bro is here. And I knew it because when he walked in, the spotlights in the room all shined over to the door where he entered. And then when there was this big hoopla, people were like throwing confetti on him. Dude Bro moment, financially gifting. Get out your 07s. Please, you're very tall 07s and raucous emojis. Dude Bro moment, financially gifting 200. Let's put it in to this self-destructive strategy. 200, let's put it in to this self-destructive strategy dollars. God bless you, brother. That is so epic. Thank you so much for that. What a true champ. What a true champ. What's everybody doing over there? Getting censored over there on D Live. That's what's happening. Dude, bro, $200. Man, that's fantastic. God bless you. And he writes with those $200 for white well-being. I really appreciate that. There's Jerome V, the champ he is. He's jumping right in on the celebrating dude bro moment. Bo Ziffer with some 07s and Rory, some 07s and Franklin with some Eagles and stars. And that's awesome. Thank you so much. Man, dude bro moment has been like a legend since he's shown up. It's crazy. 200, he says, for white well-being. That's exciting, man. Thank you so much. And we have over here also on Entropy, Rory, financially gifting $10. Thank you, brother. And he writes, I was all ready to say British bucks, but I guess it's not going to happen for the pound. He says, my cousin, Colonel Jeffrey Godbold, was the common crier of the City of London and would announce things like the opening of Parliament under instructions from HM the Queen. He would always start his announcement with the words, "Oh yay, oh yay." I imagine that Yay might find that quite amusing. He might. Oh yay, oh yay. No Yay's law. That actually kind of is neat, kind of like a wordplay. Oh yay, no Yay's law. No Yay's law. You're not going to go anywhere. You're not going to do anything for us. But you will ruin your life and our efforts. Great to see Linda here. There's Ursa Major and Matt. Epic to see everybody here. All right. Let's get on to some of these. There was no mail in the mailbag this time, so we will be jumping by that segment. We'll get Irish Ice next week. We'll get Euro Yankee next week. And Irish Ice, I'm going to read this from Irish Ice, though, because he wrote this with these pictures, these epic, all the work that he's doing in Canada. He says, "Hi, brother. If our men would only understand that the anti-white world needs to witness white positive bravery, as well as the use of white positive slogans in the public sphere, they would be amazed at the profound results. The leap of faith is required amongst our practitioners if we are ever going to produce a Western sunrise. Our lexicon is capable of putting us in a dominant position over our fundamentally jealous and anti-white victimizer. Watch them shake." God, that guy's awesome. That guy is awesome. Irish Ice, God bless you, brother. Thank you for rocking the world with all of your white positive activism. Just imagine if this guy was out there hating on another group of humanity. He would have gotten nothing done. First of all, he would have been arrested in Canada. He would have been arrested. He's talked with police officers in Canada. Went well. He's got video of him having a debate or argument with people. Went well. He's been out in public with signs, posted signs. Went well, bringing people over. Or he could have gone to jail. Oh, but the proof he goes to jail proves that what he's saying. And what does that do for white people? How does that benefit us? Well, you see, if we could just get everybody to go to jail, if we could just get everybody to get ruined, like the Kanye guy, it would really prove that we're right, that they're really in charge. Oh, okay, good. Brilliant. Thanks for that. Smart. Sorry, I don't mean that to be mean. I mean, some of you are taller than me. Some of you are shorter than me. Some of you are stronger than me. I'm just smarter than you. And so I don't mean to be cruel, but I'm trying to help you out. All right, we have, look out. I started a new playlist on YouTube called The Fock Files. And on The Fock Files, maybe I should always read it like that. Can I touch the microphone? It's been acting weird. The Fock Files. You will find videos of Maximilian von Fock. And so I will be populating that as he makes more and more appearances on our streams together, the epic artificial intelligence assistant that he is. And is there anything else that from the announcements? I think not. I think we can get into some of these comments, your comments as well, because we want to get to calls. And let me just take a quick look. Okay, everybody's good there. If you want to call in, make sure you reach out to me over on, hold on 1 second. Just have to fix. If you want to reach out to me on Skype, and then I will call you back. Mr. V, of course, is on deck, as he always is. And but until then, we're going to get into your comments and anything you have a question about. I'm giving you me. I'm here for you. This is like an ask me anything scenario. Go ahead. Ask me anything, and I will see if I can answer it. And we'll get to your comments. And some of these are kind of fun. It's like a back and forth. Somebody called Before You Act. You're gonna think this is funny. Before You Act wrote to me on the thread. Caroline Levitt is awesome. You remember this is the woman that our No White Guilt clips shouted out. Is it socialist or is it anti-white? And then she was like, I'm definitely not going to say it's anti-white because I'm anti-white. But Before You Act says that she's awesome. Tucker had her on too! ! You, meaning me, must be a Democrat. I wrote back and I said, you must not have any balls. Little girls should not be our warriors, and no Republican who can't say anti-white should be elected. He then wrote back, you're going to like this. 2,000 years ago, women were equal on the battlefield. They were equal in the ancient pagan tribes, such as the Celts. And that is how we fought off the Roman army. And we could not have done it without them. Everything was fine until Christians showed up and destroyed our statues, our way of life, and made our women second-class citizens. And we were all forced to convert to your Christianity at sword point. But we're coming back, and we're coming back strong. Paganism is making a maybe hungry resurgence, and Christianity is dying out, says Before You Act. So actually saying like a good little gimp that females were on the battlefield. If you believe that, oh boy, you've lived far too long on Hollywood physics. You've grown up for too long on Hollywood physics. And then somehow you escaped the consequences of that, which you often see in videos where they win the award for being like the dumbest of all. Like the guy who gets on a bicycle and then he decides that he could ride off the roof of a building and then kind of streak down the side of the building and everything's okay. That's you. That is you. And I've no doubt that at points in history, I mean, this is how we got to this point of men being on the battlefield, that rulers, to stay in power, used women on the battlefield. I mean, if you think about it, a ruler would say, well, I could double the size of my military by making the women go too. And then they did that, and it failed in a big way. And that happened enough that rulers decided, oh no, to win, we're not going to have women out on the battlefield. I mean, talk about a mind full, like bovine disease riddled mind, to say, oh, well, men just didn't want to let women on the battlefield. That's all it was. They were just trying to have their way. If that's the case, men want to live. Men want their limbs. Are you kidding? We want our eyesight. Jesus. So I wrote back, actually, paganism is an offensive term to folks who practice what they term European religions. Now, you should have told me you were simping to GIMP for women from the start. I promise that anti-white males will easily defeat your female warriors, and then your girls will open their legs for them. Real women of the West stand behind the leadership of the men of the West. And so I want to challenge right now, because we have a great many of guys and gals that practice what they would maybe term these European religions. I would like to challenge them to come out in their communities and say, anybody who thinks that females are our warriors and they're on the battlefields and just Christianity or just whatever has ruined that for us is an idiot. And we need to purge that from our circles, because this is anti-whiteism rearing its head. This guy is clearly anti-white. 2,000 years ago, women were equal on the battlefield. No, equally dead if they were allowed to go out on the battlefield by fools. Equally dead. Stop living in Hollywood. Jim says most people have zero, but Jason has Max Fox to give. That was underneath of the new standalone video of Maximilian von Fock being introduced. And the Great Reptile under that same video says his malfunctioning motherboard, talking about Maximilian, is colloquially called the, quote, dumb motherfucker. The dumb motherfucker. Roy, you can, brother, send me a message on Skype, and you were on the on deck then. You're on the waiting list. White calling is saying not naming them, but naming other non-white groups is cowardly, in my opinion. We're naming anti-whites. That's what we do in white well-being. That's what we do for white well-being, white positivity. We name the anti-white. We focus on us. That's all that matters. I don't care what any of those groups call themselves. Totally irrelevant to me. Totally irrelevant. Notice her asking for, can someone give definition of Ye's law? Yeah, it's really straightforward, so everybody will get this one. Naming them ruins you, which it does every time. Naming them ruins you. Dude Bro Moment says, I guessed correctly. God bless you, man. That's awesome. Axis Mundi is on deck as well for a call. Anomalous says, you would have to switch to a barter system for that to work. Good luck with anybody doing that besides the Amish. Not exactly sure what exactly that's referencing. But, all right. Yeah, in fact, I'm reading, I'm not quite through yet, an essay of Axis Mundis where he talks about the Celts. And I haven't gotten to a point that might contradict or contend with what this before you act, think guy. But the idea that our masculine heroes from any of our tribes, our states, our countries would send our women out to fight is disgusting. I mean, that's so offensive to me. That would never, we've gotten to a really bad place. Heroes, men of the West. And as I've said before, you go back and imagine yourself you can imagine yourself in both cases. Imagine yourself on one of these boats that delivered the men to the beaches of Normandy. Imagine yourself on one of those boats, and imagine yourself in one of those machine gun nests on the other side, seeing that you are, on one side, you're seeing that you're infinitely outnumbered as you look out to the sea. And on the other side, you're seeing that you're going to be totally exposed, no way to hide from the incoming. And imagine saying in either of those environments to the men in those roles, shouldn't we have our women out here? Shouldn't the women be doing this? Isn't it wrong to not have the women here? They would stomp the shit out of you. They would absolutely stomp the shit out of you because those were men. None of those left anymore. The women would lead us screaming into the battlefield as their pear-shaped bodies waddled out against the Romans and then were cut down to smithereens. Patrick of Southtown says he would like a call too. So we got a number of calls that we're going to get to. So let me keep rolling here. I noticed that nobody came up with an argument for how naming them strategy results in anything good for white people. So just let that be known. That I put the argument out there, said, go ahead, tell me how it works. Tell me how it works. The Great Lovely Porch says here, there are plenty of people who have a burning hatred of their boss, yet they go to work every day, come home, drink a quart of whiskey, and beat their kids. What if you told this man that it was not actually the fault of his boss, but the jaywalker CEO? Would the man go home, give up booze, and hug his children? Hatred and resentment don't lead to improvement and well-being, particularly in the case of white well-being. There have been endless discussions on IQ, crime differences, overrepresentation, and so on. None of it has improved the lives of white people one iota. 100%. Brilliant, this man. Lovely Porridge. Ezra St. White is in. He says, I was automatically subbed to Lex Friedman's channel. I manually unsubbed and now have his channel just set to play after almost everything I finish watching. If I step away and let YT finish, Lex pops up. What a hijack. Lex and the YT hijacker. Isn't that interesting? So Lex Friedman, this lobotomized imbecile that was interviewing with the 2 million plus followers, was artificially, Ezra St. White was subbed to him and then recommended to him over and over and over, which of course is not happening with me and the work we're doing. Cool Papa Magic says, with music notes, Black Sheep White Boy, had to miss the stream yesterday, but listening now at work. The segment about Kyrie Irving, this is a great take, 100% correct. Listen to Jason, people. White positivity, FTW. Amen. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, and you, I heard, I don't know if it's true or not, the ADL refused the $500,000 that Irving wrote a check for out of his bank account for them. You know what that means? It's going to be worse than the $500,000. But that proves that they have power, okay? That proves that if you, and here it actually goes further. It proves that if you say, and this is in the minds of the average white person, if you say calumny, if you speak calumny, if you speak what the average white person is going to believe, misrepresentation, or a truth that is totally understandable, that they have, that members of their community have power, and that sometimes some of these members will help each other, that this horribly harmed group would violently strike out, is not going to surprise white people, your average white person. They're going to say, of course. Of course they are. Look at what happened to them. Of course they're all going to come together and act this way. Of course. That's what the average white person is going to say. So you're not helping white people. You're just hating jaywalkers. Face is here. He says, I follow Jason because I believe in him and myself. I thought that was excellent because that is exactly how I want folks to believe. They want to have faith in themselves, that they can do it, that they can be a knight at the round table, that they can be one of the epic swashbucklers of white well-being who storm the Bastille and run off with the loot and the women. Yeah, that actually sounds a little bit better than being a groiper. It actually sounds a little bit better than being a bear or a salty cracker. You salty crackers, you're salty. Or a bear. You're one of the bears. Or you're one of the groips. You're one of the groipers. Being a swashbuckler who defeats anti-whiteism everywhere you go. And then in a romantically idealistic way, with debonair and courage and looking like a badass and getting the woman and running off with the loot. That sounds a lot better to me. That sounds like a life that I'm already living. I'm already proving. I'm already living and proving it. Remus says here, this woman is exhibiting such feminine behavior. It's so infuriating. It's not just the females, though. Most males today are eunuchs. They can never argue on point. They always have to derail the conversation into, you're targeting me, or I feel threatened. This is why women make great nurses, teachers, and carers of children, but not good politicians. We need less little girls, MILFs, and court eunuchs in politics, and more men like Jason. Yes, I concur. As I unbutton to about halfway of my shirt, throw the tie off. Yes, I absolutely concur. Yeah, he's talking about the interaction with Susan and Suzanne Fox, and Mayor Kelly Burke. And they need not to be in politics. Yeah, just imagine if I had gone to Suzanne Fox with the name them strategy. Watcher Christian says here, Western civilization was at one time beautiful, industrious, Christian, family-oriented, safe, and clean. All this has been slowly and systematically destroyed as a result of the diversity lie, opening the doors for all other heathen nations to invade our lands, bringing with them corruption, violence, and hate. May God bless our white nations and once again gather us together as one strong and free people. Hashtag no white guilt. That's actually fantastically written. Thank you for that. Yes, very powerful words. Very inspiring, wasn't it? Azimuth Clark says here, great champion in service to white well-being. Going free has changed my anger and hate. Listen to this. Going free has changed my anger and hatred for Western kind, my own people, into love, hope, and redemption. Listen to that testimonial. There's more. But has anybody implemented the name them strategy and had that happen for them? When I hated our people, I hated myself. This led to drugs and alcohol, self-destructive behavior, and infidelity. A wife, a family, white well-being, never a thought. I hated the idea. Going free changed my heart and mind. Give it a chance, and you will too. The Go Free guarantee, 100%. Your life will get better, or all of your misery. Your life will get better, or all of your misery will be refunded. Let's get some 07s for that testimonial. I've got to save. I should have been. If I got testimonials, epic testimonials, like just here or there, whatever, I would have been like carefully gathering them, like a person going to find gold, I guess, somewhere. Just like, oh, I found it. Oh, I found another little. But if you walk through an area and it's everywhere, what you're trying to do and accomplish is everywhere. You don't think that you've got to kind of store them somewhere. I just want to, if the journey is important to you, all of the successes are mile markers that just happen, right? You keep plugging away at what works at that journey, and you love that journey. You keep making it happen. And then the success is the life-changing. Azimuth Clark is that testimonial is going to influence people. Who knows how many? Maybe that's one of the ones that I end up putting up on an advertisement. And then who knows how many people that ends up reaching and doing good for. That redounds to you. You know that, right? Man, this is the place to be. We're the community that's changing things. When I hated our people, I hated myself. Yeah, and here's another thing too about the name them strategy. Why stop with just the group of people? You have this scenario where you're going to name them. You want to say this entire group of people. Why stop with just the group? These people they'll say that, well, there's a caste system, and why not? Why is it all of them? Why isn't it just that very upper caste? Why aren't they the ones that are the real? And then you can just blame everything and focus all hatred on them. Yeah, the reason why I think, or their governing body, I've heard people talk about they have got this and that governing bodies. Why not focus all your hatred there? Because isn't that the source of it? Like they would interrupt me and they would say, well, why do you think he hates himself? It's because of this group of people. Is it just that group of people? Why are you stopping there? Why not you say the upper castes, and why not just the point of that pinnacle of their upper castes? And why not the governing bodies above that? Why aren't you naming the governing bodies? Why aren't you going all the way? Why are you stopping at that entire group of people? That's where it makes me seem like this has got to be pushed by anti-whites. It's just got to be. Another reason of why it makes me think that. Force says here, perfect for Halloween. What's more scary than lying, corrupt, anti-white politicians who like to abuse Western kind? Not much. But what scares the anti-whites? Jason bringing a mountain of facts and an unwillingness to back down. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. And a lot of people, for the first time, they saw how you can engage in conversation using the Go Free method, the way I engaged both of these politicians. And we're going to be making many more of these things so you can see how powerful it can be. You don't have to get all panicked. You don't have to start shouting about facts. You don't have to start naming them. You can just talk about our victimization and use these very clever rhetorical devices to win for our people. Buddy Duddyful says, undermine the psychological warfare waged against us with the Go Free method. God bless you, brother Jason. Going free to me was like year one for me. In other words, there is BGE before going free and AGE after going free. I love that. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, that's BPE right there. There was before going free, BGE, and after going free, AGE. Man, that's epic. Buddy Duddyful. Very cool, man. Maybe that's how we'll count time when we're talking about the recapture of our destiny for folks. Very cool. And we have Brandon here who says, great stream. I understand your frustration to a degree. Irish Ice jumps in. Put the fear of Prometheus in anti-white predators. Don't be compliant. Brandon writes back, I have put my job on the line by refusing anti-white training at a big New York-based corporation. I wasn't aware of this channel at the time, though. I simply refused to do the training and then refused to talk to HR about it because I knew I wasn't equipped to debate them without falling into a trap. They canceled the training, but let me jump in right there. Would you be able to go to HR and use the name them strategy or maybe all the crime statistics strategy? They canceled the training, but most people had already been forced into it by that time. Part of me is proud of that, and part of me is ashamed to still be working there. Sometimes I feel the way Jason does because nobody stood by me, but there is a lot more I could still be doing. I understand why he would be frustrated with even people like me. I want to say, Brandon, actually, what Irish Ice is saying is 100% true, and you're with us now, man. You're with us now. You're getting empowered. You're going free of these meme pathogens. You're going to have the meme curatives to use when you get in these conversations. You'll be able to, who knows, working there, you may get into a position of power, and you'll be able, as others in this community have, get into a position of power at work and then protect the people below you from anti-whiteism by using the Go Free method, by pointing out how this anti-white obedience training is anti-white. Here's how it's anti-white, because it hurts white people like this, because it hurts white people like that, because it hurts white people like this other way, rather than it's anti-white. If you were to even say anti-white, you would probably say it's Zionist and it shouldn't be done because of this evil group of people. And then you get your pink slip. So grow big, grow fast, grow strong, grow rich, be a champ, dominate that company. Don't be worried about, or if it's too anti-white, you can move to another one. Be the hero, be the leader. I want to see you in a gleaming suit of armor for white well-being and succeeding where others have failed. Maiden DE is here. She says, feminism was the most difficult MP for me to eradicate, and I was never a feminist. I imagine it's one of the most entrenched for other women too. Thank you so much, Maiden DE, like a goddess here with this admission. That takes a lot of guts. Let's give it up for Maiden DE, Maiden Deutschland, who's showing this courage, a lot of courage for a woman to sort of break ranks with the vagina loyalty that anti-whiteism had created. That you got to be loyal to the vagina if you're female. So she's saying here, she wasn't even a feminist, but it's just anti-whiteism is just in the ether around us. It's the deep sea fish in the ocean that doesn't know that he's in the ocean, doesn't know that he's in the water. It's everywhere, ubiquitous. So she had unconsciously absorbed the anti-whiteism that is feminism. And then once she started going free, she found, wow, it's this anti-whiteism that is feminism, this subset of this superset that is anti-whiteism, that is some of the most difficult for me to treat in myself. And that is how it is for all women. So God bless her for breaking ranks. You know who else breaks ranks with the vaginal loyalty and does that? Is Carlisle. She's in the chat right now, I think. Let's get some 07s for Carlisle too. She's been breaking ranks, the vagina ranks, and saying, hey, this is anti-white. We're not going to be anti-white. Women are not supposed to be in charge of our men. We're not supposed to be always breaking our men down. We're not supposed to always be abusing the men in our world. We're not supposed to be giving them these standards of, well, you can be in charge if you X, Y, or Z for me. No, that means you're in charge, honey. And that's not the way it's going to be. That's not how we're going to be able to reclaim our destiny. So here, in service to white well-being, we love women enough to save them from opinions that they might hold that are harmful to them and our people as a whole. And it's going to be, it's going to be these women who stand up against that are going to be the ones that are going to be the most celebrated and rewarded. And it's going to be because of them that generations, we hope forever, of our women will flourish and bloom and be far happier and far more powerful and far more wonderful than we today could ever imagine a woman being, thanks to anti-whiteism. A woman, most women today, and you know it, they're just like little pear-shaped men. they're just like screaming and waddling around. They're like, always at you. We all know it. You just got to say it. Just like I told Suzanne Fox. We all know this is anti-whiteism, just afraid to say it. But I'm not. Thank you so much, Maiden Deutschland. We have Mantis here. Always great to see you again, Mantis. Always something smart to say. He said she got her answers straight from the anti-white FAQ manual, talking about Suzanne Fox. Question, do you think it's wrong to victimize black people solely on the basis of them being black? Answer, of course I do. Anyone saying otherwise is a vile racist. Question, do you think it's wrong to victimize Jewish people solely on the basis of them being Jewish? Answer, of course I do. Anyone saying otherwise is a vile anti-Semite. Question, do you think it's wrong to victimize white people solely on the basis of them being white? Answer, well, first of all, I think it's wrong to victimize all people, but I'm not really sure what you even mean by white. Why are you attacking me? So true, man. He ends up saying, it is absolutely blood boiling to watch these people in action. I admire, Jason, I admire your ability to keep calm when interacting with these liars and traitors. Well played, sir. Well, thank you so much, Mantis. I really appreciate that. Let's see. Peaky Blue says, I know a white male in Virginia who told me he went to a job interview and the interviewer told him he was perfect for the job. He had the experience, qualifications, etc. And the interviewer said he wished he could hire him, but couldn't because he's white. And the company had a diversity quota to meet. Just imagine the uproar if a black guy went to an interview and the interviewer said he wished he could hire him, but couldn't because he's black. But they think it's perfectly fine to do that to a white guy. That's the result of these policies. Well, precisely. And here's my recommendation for you. Share that story with friends, family, and strangers. And when you do, that story, know that that story is just the fulcrum. It's just the catalyzer. It's going to get you to what you want to do. You then say, you know why this is? It's because we live in the anti-white narrative. It's because in the anti-white narrative, there's this anti-white morality that says it's moral to deny a white guy a job, even though he deserves it. He's got the qualifications. He paid his dues. That is what you go into. That is how you change lives. Michael says here, and Don't know how many more, not more of these, and we'll get to the calls. Michael says here, Democrats are pro-crime and pro-criminal until the crime comes to their doorstep. Democrats love to brag diversity is the strength until the diversity is dumped in their elite neighborhoods. Where was fake news CNN, MSNBC, when young Kyler Ellingson was killed for just being a Republican by a deranged Democrat encouraged by deranged anti-white Democrats and the fake news media? He says liberal. You could say if you're getting started, you want to say, and I've been thinking about myself about maybe doing this a little bit more often, at least in things like tweets, is to say, because people use things like liberal and just to say anti-white liberal, just tack anti-white on the front of, and that way you can walk people into a more accurate and more empowering, they're just anti-whites. All right, we're going to take a very short break, and then we will come back and we will take calls because we are running out of time to take calls. What can I play for you all? What would be fun? What would be fun at the moment? I always like this one by ForNull. So let's do that. Be right back. Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Let's get to some calls right now. See who was up first. I guess that was Roi Danton is going to be the first call, and we're going to give about it's a little later for me than I thought. We got to end at 9:20, I think, at latest. We'll see from when we started, but Roi Danton's up. Here comes the call.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, brother. How are you doing? And what's on your mind?
I had to mute the YouTube. Okay, is it better now?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. What's on your mind, good sir?
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I just wanted to talk a bit about this naming them.
All right, yeah,
So
go for it, man. Share your
when I
thoughts.
moved to the US, I think I have to move away from this because I have to think about this. No smart thing about this is who are them? You can say you have to name them, but them is the victimization of our people. As you know, when I first moved from Germany to the US, in Germany nobody ever talked about these things. And then I got into some online groups and people were saying, hey, you have to talk about these people. And I said, hey, why can't we talk about the victimization about our people? Isn't that our focus should be? So I think that this them, but it's us.
Right.
Us, then our victimization is that should really be our focus. And you explained it perfectly in those last few shows.
Say the last thing again, and could you move a little closer to your mic? The very last thing was cut off, brother.
Yeah, let me 1 second there. Is it better now?
Yes, it's better. Go ahead.
Maybe because I was actually if I remove this headset, is it better now?
Yes, sir.
So let me start over again. So I have some audio issues. It's not really my computer.
It's all right.
So you know this naming them?
Yes.
So who are them? I mean, we can just say, like, when I moved from Germany to the US, and I went into those online forums and people were telling me, hey, you have to name them. I said, yeah, who's them? Does that mean we have to name our people and the victimization of our people? And I think that's like a nice way of putting this. If naming something, yeah, you have to name the victimization of us and the well-being of us, not some other group.
Yes.
And also when I watched you explained this like perfectly in your last couple of audience. And also I looked at a little bit of the comments in the chat. In this area here, you can ask random people on the street what the problem for us is. They will name random politicians, people, or entertainers or something. None of them are what those folks would call the jaywalkers or whatever. They are all Germans. They're German politicians.
Right.
So nobody would understand that if you even try to employ this strategy, they will say, here, it's just a politician or it's just like a businessman. But if you go on it from the angle of, hey, this person is anti-white, and this person is trying to victimize us. I mean, here it's even difficult because many Germans do not consider themselves even to be white.
Right.
But you can still use even though they don't consider themselves to be white, you can still use the concept of the victimization and say, hey, these people are victimizing us because of our race.
Right.
And that still works. And that still puts us into the moral high ground where we are the people on the defensive, and we don't. It doesn't matter why somebody is anti-white. We don't. Anybody who's anti-white, they can change. They can say, "Here, I've been anti-white in the past. I don't want to be anti-white anymore," and that would be fine for us. And we don't condemn an entire race of people. And that entire concept of, I saw this like a bit when I moved over before I got learned about you, and I really liked your way, because people were telling me, hey, you have to name them, and I said, hey, but like if anybody at my job finds out, I might lose my job, and then people go, yeah, you're not real if you care about that. Shit, I'm gonna quit about that. Stupid shit. And then I learned about going free and said, hey, I can actually be quite positive. I can still be a good member of our community. I can still have a job. I can still have a decent income. I can feed my family. I can still do all that and be quite positive at the same time. There's no conflict at all. And I could even, like what I learned doing going free is I don't have to worry about, if some of my coworkers finds out, yeah, so what? So what? If they are anti-white, that's just it. I can't do anything about that. But if they are just wakes, they might not want to really victimize me.
Right.
By going to like a boss and saying, hey, this guy said something offensive. And I could say, hey, I only care about my people. What about you?
I love it. Yeah.
So that's basically that. And it's so sad that all of those other folks don't really get this.
Yeah, it really.
When I first saw these like 2 rolling going frees and 4 hours each, and oh shit, this is too long. Nobody's gonna watch this. And then I was like bored. I had some stuff. I drive around a little bit and I put it on speaker in the car, and I was just listening to it. Hey, this is brilliant. This is such a good lesson. I wish more people could really hear all of that. It's not about this. I didn't even hear about who that guy was prior to watching them. I had no idea who the guy was. I had no idea who these other guys were that he interviewed, and it didn't matter to me. But I think it was such a good message that you brought across these 2 rolling coin frees. That's really what I just wanted to tell you. Yeah, we're doing great stuff.
Well, I appreciate. God bless you, man. You're doing great stuff. You've been such a champ since you started going free, and that is you're sharing some really profound thoughts there, some profound insight, and how you were able to first come to the Go Free method and then realize, wow, this can really work in my place of work. This can work with my friends and family, and not only are you not facing the same sort of targeting that you would if you were hating other groups of people and focusing ire on other groups of people, but by embracing love for our people, it absolutely causes people around you to be more inclined to feel sympathy with you, even if they're not going to immediately come over. So that's both blocking victimization by people, as you pointed out, like a coworker who might find out that you're white positive, you don't want white people to be victimized anymore. But it also makes people more inclined to want to know more from you. If they have sympathy for you, if they can say, okay, maybe I don't know what's going on here and I don't understand, and maybe since I'm nervous because it seems like it's white people, but I sympathize with him wanting to put an end to the victimization. He's not talking genuine. It's not optics. It's our genuine position. He genuinely wants to prevent the victimization of his people, and I think that's a fair thing. An infinite number of people will sympathize with that, even if they're not coming over, at least at that moment, to white well-being. And it benefits you on both sides of this sort of interpretive coin. The people who might normally think to victimize those who advocate white sympathetically in a white negative way, focusing hate on others. And on a positive side, people who have developed sympathies for your position are more likely to heed the things you have to say. But it's really brilliant coming from you to talk about how you went from Germany, and it's illegal to do the name them strategy there. And it will probably become illegal to various degrees and ways, or prohibited to implement the name them strategy in the United States. And the reason why it will be able to such a thing to be implemented and enforced is because the white population is going to say, yeah, that sounds fair. You can't demonize a whole group of people because, especially with that group, they have suffered so horribly in history. And so we're going to turn our head and allow this erasure of the First Amendment in the United States, because this is a special case. It's going to not be done, and this is an important thing, and I'll get your final thought and let you go so we can get on the other calls, brother. But such prohibitions in the United States or anywhere in the West where there's similar pretense to freedom of speech is not going to be achieved, because this prohibition on free speech when it comes to naming this group is not going to be achieved because that group advocated, first of all, as a group, they're not going to be advocating it, but because members of that group advocated for those laws and codes, it's going to be because the general white population is going to find it acceptable. And that's the only way it would be able to be implemented. But let me get your final thought and then we'll get on to the next calls, brother.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether this is actually something that might happen, or I heard some politicians are talking about this. They even want to expand this prohibition over here, that you can they want to pass laws that basically would make it illegal to talk about things that allegedly may or may not have happened over in this ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. And they basically want to apply the same concept to them. Say, hey, if you're a heretic to the official narrative of what the anti-rights claim that this war is about and what's going to happen to this war, they want to have the right to victimize you. And I think what you should learn about that from that is that, okay, all of this, as you said perfectly in one of the past themes, you cannot use information as a tool when the victimizer controls what information is real.
Amen. God, amen to that, brother. That is, yes.
And that's basically the underlying theme of this new law, this backup 130. If they actually do expand it, it would still only cover, as I would call it, heresy to anti-Whiteism.
Yep.
So any statement that's heretical to anti-Whiteism and that would actually pose a threat to the anti-white establishment, any such statement would allow the regime, the government, to victimize you, to lock you away and censor you and all of that stuff.
Precisely. Well, we got to let you go.
It's not about any specific group anymore.
That's right.
The important idea that anything that is heretical to anti-Whiteism and anything that could possibly undermine the rule of the anti-White regime.
Precisely. You're seeing exactly how these things are extremely powerful. That takes great intelligence, and you've demonstrated that many times. And we love you, brother. We got to let you go to get to these other calls, but you can call in anytime you want.
Yeah, I have to go to bed. I'm still in Germany. It's quite late.
Yes, it is. Jeez.
We have shifted out of daylight saving time, so it's 1 hour less of difference this week. So that's why I could call in, but I still have stuff to do this week. So I love you all, and have a wonderful night. And goodbye.
Promethean Hails. Good night, brother.
Goodbye.
Wow, burning the midnight oil, the great Roi. What a champion. Let me quickly, going to get the next call in 1 second, but right now we are going to celebrate Douglas, and we're going to give Douglas, get out some 07s, some raucous emojis, because this guy coming in late in the gathering has shown up, and he writes here, for action through transparency that cannot be denied. Action through transparency that cannot be denied. So seeing our action, seeing how it works and successful. And for that, financially gifting $50 testimonial dollars $50 testimonial dollars to the Go Free method. That is beautiful. Thank you so much for that. That speaks big time to those who have ears to hear. We thank you so very much, Douglas. Fantastic. What a champ. What a champ. I would linger more. We got to get to who was up next? It was Axis Mundi. We're going to have to try to limit everybody to 5 minutes, 4 to 5 minutes, so we can try to get the calls in.
Hails, brother.
Promethean Hails, brother. You got 4 to 5 minutes. What's on your mind?
All right, I'll speak briefly. What's on my mind is that comment you read earlier about this ridiculous idea that the ancient Celts had their women do the fighting for them.
Yeah.
That is not even remotely true. They did not have their children fight for them. They did not have their elderly fight for them. They did not have their women fight for them. The warriors were men, as was the case in essentially every historical civilization ever, including every Western civilization of the past, up until very recently in this bizarre, twisted, anti-white narrative in which we live, and our people are being deracinated, our men are being emasculated, our women are being desexed, and therefore, up is down, down is up, male is female, female is male, right? It's all topsy-turvy now. But in the past, people had no delusions about the roles of men and women. They were closer to nature than we are now, right? They didn't live in this kind of virtual reality that is commonplace nowadays. And women had to give birth a lot to overcome the high infant mortality rate. But anyway, I'm kind of rambling. I want to talk about just the many, many ways in which that guy was utterly wrong.
Go ahead.
And it actually corresponds to a concept. Like what you encountered here is a certain phenomenon that goes a ways back that actually J.R.R. Tolkien commented on back when he was very active. I believe it was during his speech at one of his speeches at Oxford. Tolkien spoke of the Celtic, and he said that here's what Tolkien said of the Celts. Quote, "Celtic of any sort is nonetheless a magic bag into which anything may be put and out of which almost anything may come." End quote. So this is J.R.R. Tolkien, who wrote, you know this guy well. Yeah. He wrote the Silmarillion, the Lord of the Rings. He was all about creating a myth for the English people. And he basically said that, right, things Celtic it's very commonplace for people just to make stuff up out of nothing.
Yeah.
And for people to accept that made up information as fact. The reason for this is that, right, the English Isles were Celtic for a long time. A lot of Europe was Celtic for a long time, but then a lot of that heritage has been lost. And it kind of speaks to the fact that white people, we want to have a sense of identity, and we are hungry for it, right? And that is yet another thing used against us. Because we are so hungry for this sense of identity, and because we essentially know very little, if anything, about the Celts, other than what their various enemies wrote about them, people have taken advantage of that, and it's very common for people to flat out make up stuff. So a lot of like the stories about the Samhain festival, lots of made up stuff of Celts supposedly drinking heavily or different superstitions attributed to them. But this whole thing of like, Celtic women fighting right alongside the men. There was like one mythical warrior queen in Britain. That was it.
Yeah.
If you want to read what the Celts were like in battle, you should read Julius Caesar's commentaries of the Gallic Wars. He describes Celtic men as being immensely ferocious. He chases down this tribe of Celts that are moving their entire people with their wagons, and their women are traveling with them. But when the Celts and Romans would fight, right, you had all the male Roman soldiers, and you had all the Celts, the women, the children, the elderly would be with the bags behind the men, and then the men would fight the Romans, And there was one battle we actually read in our GFC in our history seminar where the Romans were able to get the upper ground advantage and were throwing javelins down, pylons down at the Celts to break their shields, to damage their shields.
Wow.
And the Celts dropped their shields and ran with drawn swords uphill and kept fighting them.
Wow.
So men of the Celts were men. They fought. Their women were with the bags behind them, and they would fight down to the last man in defense of their women. So
awesome.
For Celtic honor, brother, I am saying that person was utterly wrong. And they said something ridiculous, like, oh, it was Christianity that changed everything. Does this person realize that almost all of France was once Celtic and that it was Julius Caesar that destroyed the Celtic culture of that region? Julius Caesar wasn't Christian.
Apparently not. Apparently he doesn't realize that.
Yeah, well, as far as I'm concerned, brother, I mean, anti-whites, you have some anti-whites who know what they're doing and they're just nefariously evil. But there are others who I think are anti-white because they're just dumb as a sack of bricks. And
yeah.
just ignorant as all hell.
Yes.
And this is an example of one of them. This person doesn't even seem historically literate. Like,
no.
What? Like, seriously, you can easily find, like, just Google Celtic warrior online, like, or the Gallic Wars. Just Google the Gallic Wars, and you'll see plenty of images of what Celtic warriors were like, right? The Celtic men were feared across ancient Europe.
God bless you for saying that.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. So don't let, like, again, this is just anti-whiteism, and I can guarantee you, like, I really appreciate you, and I just want to thank you for calling this person out for using this anti-white slur, pagan. That is a slur. It's bad for two reasons. One, historically, it was pejorative to our people. It's intimately tied to the idea that our people don't have our own spirituality. We do have our own spirituality, and it is immense and beautiful. So it deserves a more honorable name, which is something we are developing. I have a whole glossary of more white positive terms for our ancestral religions, right? Which we're building up in the GFCs. And so, again, folks, if you're interested in this stuff, join the GFCs. We need to build community. We need to be a people again.
Amen.
Join the GFCs.
But amen.
I'm sorry, but do you want to say something?
No, I just said amen.
Right on. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, that's basically, so I was thanking you for calling this person out for that anti-white slur. So one aspect is that it was historically pejorative. The other aspect is that a lot of anti-whites, while on the one hand, they will hate on our people and like treat us like the origins of all evil, and yet they will kind of admire certain aspects of our ancestral religions, and they'll try to claim that for themselves and then share it with everyone. Because, of course, in the anti-white narrative, anything good that white people do or have is for everyone. Right? And these sorts of people usually call themselves pagans. They don't understand the pejorative aspect of it. As you saw, this person you talked to is just embarrassingly ignorant.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of person you meet. With some exceptions, there are some people who I respect who call themselves pagans, but there is a huge current of anti-whiteism that uses the pejorative term pagan. In many cases, they actually remain more in the Christian worldview. They just think that to be quote unquote pagan is to be of the devil's party, which again, that is an anti-white concept. Our people worshipped gods. We did not worship demons. We worshiped gods, right? We have a beautiful biospirit, and since time immemorial, we were an inherently divine and blessed people. And I'll end on that note, brother.
Beautiful. Promethean hails to you, brother.
Promethean hails.
Bye-bye. Epic. Wasn't that epic? Looks like we're unfortunately, we're really out of time again. We're going to have Mr. V really quickly. Patrick of Southtown, you will be number 1 on our list for calls next week. You're number 1. So just remind me that you're number 1 next week. We're going to have Mr. V really quickly as we are 4.5 minutes. So here goes. Axis Mundi is awesome, isn't he?
Hello.
Brother, you are on. You are live. What's on your mind? Axis Mundi is awesome, isn't he?
He's amazing. The man's a lore master.
He really is. Brother, I'm afraid you only have about 3.25 minutes. The floor is yours.
All right, so I'll be very quick. this thing about women being warriors is a delusion. It's interesting that these women who claim to practice European ethno-religion are native Western spirituality. It's interesting how they don't want to do what the actual women did, like, oh, I don't know, be virgins and dedicate themselves to one of our virgin goddesses, and then marry at like 19 years after being a virgin. It's interesting, right? They never go for the stuff that they don't want. Isn't that interesting?
It's very interesting, very telling. Very telling.
Very, very telling indeed. They have the bitch zerker mode. That's what they have. They have the bitch zerker mode. You know, the only way that I can see some of these women who are just really anti-whites, because feminists are anti-white, the only way that I can see them being used in battle is, I don't know, you don't feed them for a couple of days, you wait for that time of the month, and then you whisper, "You're fat." And just release them out of their cages, and they go bitch zerker mode.
They would go berserker mode. That's funny.
Yeah. Aside from that, brother, so we're still doing style. We touched on style archetypes.
Okay.
We're more than halfway through the book, and we're going to keep going with that.
Cool.
We're now touching on the part where folks are getting practical info, stuff that they can apply. And so that's going to continue, and we're having some fascinating conversation. So next time you hang with the Virginia GFC, you know, bully them if they're not well dressed.
I will do that. I will, but they have to be dressed for success wherever we are. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, for sure. Book clubs. So we started a new book today. It's called Tribalnomics by a martial arts teacher. He runs a gym. His name is Justin Garcia. He is white sympathetic. He's been on Red Ice. He's done some stuff with Sam Hyde. And the reason why we're doing this book is because people need to understand tribe and tribalism. Whites are so deracinated and so under the individualism MP. And it seems folks are liking this one, so we're going to keep going with this one. It's very important for us to understand tribe, and that the best way to serve yourself really is to serve your people.
Yes. Yes, that can't be said enough. It is the absolute core individual well-being, if you're white, is a service to our people. Well said.
Absolutely. And then once Patrick is doing Crucible, after he's finished Crucible, then we'll do Crucible for the Ontario GFC. Didn't make a lot of sense to be doing Crucible for both because a lot of folks join us for both.
Right.
So
that makes sense.
Once he's finished with Crucible, then we'll go into Crucible, and he's going to go into Prometheus Rising.
Very cool. I am so excited about that. You guys are doing great work.
Yeah, it's awesome, brother. And you know, all the things that you went through, we just got to one of your fights.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, very, very cool, right? Very, very cool. I remember one time when I was reading Crucible for the first time, I was going through the mall, and a fight came up, and I was struggling not to giggle and laugh. I just had a huge smile on my face. Just cheering for you as I'm going through the mall reading the book. It was pretty memorable. But yeah, brother, I'll leave it there.
Sounds good, man.
Take up too much time. Yeah,
we're almost out. We're gonna have definitely more time for calls. I've been making more time, but you're fantastic. Thank you so much, Mr. V, for calling in, and we're gonna have you next week on the phone again.
Thank you, brother. And I left you a message on Skype, so when you're not busy, please have a look at that.
I'll do that. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails, brother. Take care.
All right. Wow. Patrick of Southtown first next week. We are absolutely running out of time, but what a great gathering this has been to launch us into the week. Think about all of these successes that we have piling up. It's like before you know it, all of a sudden it's just like one on top of another, and successes build more successes. The power builds more power. Victory builds more victory. It's synergistic. The actual and symbolic victory, which is what this is. It's symbolic and but real at the same time. There is a symbolism of the victory, because we can't have a physical victory over the power of the police, or the government by way of a physical force. But these are very real victories because it is the idea that animates the person. And if you control the idea, you control the destiny. You control the idea, you control the police force. I love you all. Let's go free.